Yo. Hey, we're gonna start out this stream. And first off, hey all y'all. Hey, what up, Tin Can? So we're gonna load up a couple videos real quick. Couple things I wanted to take a look at, and we're gonna actually kick it off on research on the D&D 2024 thing. Very short, like, notes on it right now. What I'm doing is I am getting my, I'm getting all the classes that I had ready to go, well, that I had made originally for D&D 5th edition, and I am doing versions of them for the D&D 2024 update. Now, in regards to where these are going to go, I am actually in disagreement with some of the ideas that I've been heard of, some of what I've been told about the policy regarding licensing and everything. I don't know how this got so dirty. I actually really disagree with the idea that this is, number one, not a new edition, number two, that the SRD still applies to this. The SRD is what they've been proposing. This system is not so backwards compatible as to where I think that this would actually be defensible in court. I think that the license that they have basically said, like, yeah, this is all gonna operate under the same thing. I just highly disagree. We're talking about a massive change that would need to happen to several licenses in order to make me think that I don't know. I do not understand how the terminology that they're using, the class structures that they're applying here, I don't really know how they're trying to approach this and say that this is absolutely not something different. So what I'm going to do at this point is I am updating. Here we go. I'm updating my stuff to where I'm going to be able to have a bit more control of it, right? You never asked about this. Am I excited about playing Metroid Prime 4? Yes. Yes. Short answer, yes, absolutely. So, here's my thoughts, right? There is new terminology being used, insofar as what I have been told. Just kind of, I said this in the past on a live stream, and I'm kind of thinking it might be time to push this in a little bit. There was content that I originally released on the Dungeon Masters Guild that I have been told that if I were to do an update for it for D&D 2024, I would potentially be bringing in the quote-unquote wrong kind of attention, or attention that I did not want. So if that is legal, if that is essentially legal attention, then I'm interested to hear what the perspective on that and the justification is going to be for the legal defense there. If it's going to require that I pull myself off of the Dungeon Masters Guild, I think that the storefront is essentially dying already. And I don't really see a big strength in it. So as much as I would like to do this amicably, I would really, really hope that this can be done in a way that doesn't involve a lot of drama where there just doesn't need to be. And I'm also going to be watching out for my own fucking paycheck right here, okay? So, that being said, I've been asked this several times. Am I going to be updating my stuff for D&D 5e over into D&D 2024? Yes. So, why would I be doing that? Number one, I'm a game designer, okay? I made this stuff for D&D 5e. D&D 5e appears to be moving on into something new, something different, so that's what I'm going to do to update and support the stuff I've already made, right? The other side of that, and I don't know what's going on with my allergies, the other side of that is this is not the only game that I make work for. Those of you that have been following me for a while know that I know how to make work for plenty of different games, right? This is one of the many things that I do, okay? So, what I'm doing now is kind of getting ready and making some observations and taking notes on what we're seeing with the I'm going to say this is a new edition. They can say that it's not, that it's just a core rulebook update or what the hell ever. A core rulebook update, something that's going to require changing your SRD, you are changing your trade dress, you are doing a lot of things. It's not COVID. No. You're changing your trade dress, you are changing terminology. This is a new SRD, okay? So, we're going to start out. I'm going to look through a couple of the different previews that I have seen. And start checking out the way that they're doing this structure. So we're going to look over at... You just DM'd your first Vagabond session with some friends and had it out. Oh, hell yeah. Thank you for letting me know, Felipe. We got 2 Felipes in chat. What do you know? Hey. I swear I just heard Apollo. Okay, so what I want to know, number one, people have been asking me for my thoughts on this. My Alchemist, the most important video that I could really be watching for this. And let's pause that. Apparently it's the newest one.
We have a lot of...
Woo! Okay. Alright, chat, let me know about volume, by the way.
things in the player's handbook, but we also have crafting.
Crafting rules. Okay. I am also going to try to remain as impartial as possible. These are like kind of my just base gut reactions as for what I'm seeing here. I'm trying to remain as like just impartial here because like if they do something that I'm like, why would they be doing that? I'm more so trying to go the route of like, I guess that's what they're doing. Okay, well, we're gonna have to adapt something there. Now let's hear it.
Rules. Tell me about those.
So one of the surprises waiting for people in the new book are these crafting rules that make it easier than ever before for players who've dreamt of their characters making stuff to do exactly that. And these new crafting rules piggyback on a redesign of all of the tools in the player's handbook. So we've already talked about the fact that the equipment chapter has weapon masteries for all of the weapons. Well, we also gave new rules for all of the tools in the...
Okay, so number one, tools have new rules?
Equipment chapter. Every tool...
The video's a little quiet. Let's see.
...now has something you can do with it using the utilize action. So
utilize action. Okay, Thank you. So now we have a new term for a part of the action economy, which means we have to have a new SRD.
So the tool actually has a concrete.
It's not just an update, by the way. To some people who would be like looking at this being like, Taron, they don't need to do that. They just need to change this, this, or this. It's a license. It's not a license. This is an engine that has been entered in to a specific type of license. And how that license applies to material that you've already made or material that they've already made. If they're changing terminologies, they're going to have a new license. They can say this is not a new edition. This is a new edition. I'm just going to say it.
Concrete function in regular play, but then also the artisan's tools in particular, they now each have a list of things that you can craft with them.
So this is specific. Are now a specific list.
And so the new crafting rules interlock with the revised tools, where if you have the proficiency, you can then use that tool to craft things on that tool's list using the new crafting rules. The new crafting rules, in addition to providing you a way to make the weapons, armor, and adventuring gear in the player's handbook, also provide you an easy way to make potions of healing and also spell scrolls. Other magic items, their crafting rules are in the new Dungeon Master's Guide and are far more straightforward than the crafting rules we had in 2014. But we wanted to bring potions of healing and spell scrolls to the crafting rules in the player's handbook itself, because we already had the potion of healing in the player's handbook in 2014 as something you could buy from a regular shop.
They already
poke about. Also now have spell scroll.
They already poke? Already spoke about creating a new SRD before a 5.2, right after the PHB or something like that. If they're creating a new SRD, we have changes to licenses happening. They can still keep trying to say that third-party guys can't update their 5e stuff for this new edition. They're going to have a really hard time trying to defend something like that.
On the adventuring gear list as something you can buy. And so we wanted people to be able to make those things themselves. We have also made it clearer how your tools interact with your ability scores. So if you're curious, well, what ability do I use when making a check with a tool? We now tell you that. And we've also added rules for every piece of adventuring gear in the book. So previously we had a big adventuring gear table, and only some of the items on that list had entries in the equipment chapter. Now every single thing on the adventuring gear table has an entry in the book that tells you what that piece of equipment is for. And there are also new pieces of equipment. Some of those new pieces of equipment are there because it's just simply something we thought should be in the player's handbook.
Okay, so it sounds like they're importing Xanthar's crafting rules to core. The Xanthar's crafting rules are not that bad. I based the entire Alchemist around all of what they had presented all the way up until right before Tasha's. Because Xanthar's was actually a pretty good, just intuitive way to do crafting. Okay? It wasn't a complicated system. 5e had crafting rules. The problem is, whenever you put them into practice, it requires a little bit of math. Okay? And the little bit of math is just like half the value of the item that you're trying to craft or whatever. Now, the question was always coming up as to whether or not it required a certain check, because 5e is a system that kind of habitually causes people to think that a check is required for everything that you're going to be doing, right? The fact that they are codifying every single piece of gear is a step more towards, I think, 5e getting a bit more hyper-simulationist and feeling the need to kind of cover spots of maybe anxiety instead of potentially just telling people, like, here's the thing, here's the cost of it, use common sense into how it might apply to a certain thing. Or you go the route of like a Eat the Reich or even like Vason, where these are like a small boon, right? You get a D6 bonus to this roll. You get a +1 bonus to this roll right here because of the item also applying to it, right? Going into very, very specifics of it, of like, this means that you now have advantage on checks to restrain things while you're using this item in your... I mean, I don't know. I haven't really seen what they're going to look like, right? So maybe it's not quite that specific, but I do tend to think that anytime you get more specific than, look, this is a tool that makes it to where, like, it makes sense in the narrative that you could do this thing, tends to just be a bit too much. And it tends to get in the way and overwhelm people trying to look at the game rather than actually codify a thing that needs to be codified.
But also some of it is there to actually support the tools and the crafting system.
You love the concept of crafting, you just haven't figured out how to make it work. I do know that a giant crafting list is not the way to do it, though, in your opinion. I don't think it is either. It was fine, like, for the most part in 5e. I don't really know what they would be doing here that's so specific. I think getting this into the thick of it with the adventuring gear is probably not the direction to go. So, I don't know. I need to see what some of these, like, descriptions are like.
A great example of this is when working on the cartographer's tools, I realized, well, we don't have a map for you to make. And so we now have maps you can buy in the adventuring gear section.
Okay, but the same problem with this kind of comes in where, okay, so you don't have a map. Okay, so now we have a map, and that map is probably going to do something like give you advantage on checks to navigate, right? Okay, well, you can still cover that with a common sense ruling of like, hey, well, here's generally, if they have this piece of adventuring gear, here's what it should provide, right? Like a compass, right? Advantage on a survival check to navigate, or on their survival checks to navigate, whatever. This makes items extremely good. Really, really good. I don't think it should be quite that strong in 5e. In fact, I think it could be a little bit more granular in saying that this is like a +2 bonus to a check. Not necessarily the, plus 3.5 to a check on average with advantage. And really not with stacking advantage. So I think it could be more granular. I hope it's not quite that potent, and yeah.
With an actual game benefit, and then in the crafting system.
Someone's as well regarded is Kibbles. I believe their name has a pretty decent crafting supplement from what I gather. My only disagreement I have as far as Kibbles' supplement goes is I don't think that crafting should require a check. I think if you're spending that much time to do it, you're spending the valuables, the materials, whatever. I don't think it should require the check. I think that is a recipe for just null results, and I don't want to hit a stall whenever people are just trying to roleplay something out with their characters. Yeah, I don't generally think that checks should ever apply to crafting. If it's a downtime activity, you're just doing the thing. Who cares about the check? Rolling dice is fun, yes, but it's fun. Okay. Rolling dice is only fun if it results in a yes and too often, tying in those checks to downtime activities results in no. Just no. Nothing, right? I think a lot of Power by the Apocalypse systems where items are loosely defined in actions themselves is pretty cool. Yep. Map make +1 is, yep, there you go. That's what I'm thinking. It should be something that is like that cake. Does it apply to the check? Does the item work for that? Cool. They get the +1 bonus. Yeah. Put prerequisites on it, and if you meet those and spend time there, they don't any reason not to allow it. Yeah, but I also worry that, like, why get that specific? Give them the general guideline for, like, hey, you know what? If they have an item that can apply to this check right here, and they're using that item, utilizing it, right? Maybe give them a +1 bonus. We'll see whenever that comes out what that bonus actually is. I don't know if anyone's actually... Has somebody shown that off? Part of the reason I wanted to do this on live stream is because I wanted people who were like in chat just like genuinely let me know. I don't know if other people have shown off items yet. I have tried to stay disconnected from the D&D 2024 stuff while I was actively developing on Vagabond. So I'm catching up to a lot of things right now. You're getting my raw, just fucking raw dog take on this, right? So let me know if there is somebody who does know if there are the rules. Please give me a shout. They're getting this granular because these crafting rules are player facing rather than DM facing. I don't know why that has to be the reason why. It doesn't. I mean, they're getting that granular because they're player facing rather than DM facing. I don't know what the distinction there would really necessitate the granularity.
Now there's something for someone who has proficiency with cartographer's tools to actually make.
Oh, and by the way, to avoid anything getting contentious in the chat, don't give opinions. If you know something, right, please, like, if you know something for a fact and they have said something about that, give me the shout. If it's just sort of like, well, here's my take on why they would be doing this, let's save it, because it starts fights more often than not.
And there are several other things like that that are not only going to be fun for people to purchase from the Adventuring Gear table and use and play, but then also fun for people to craft if they decide to dive into this crafting system. The crafting system will also give new uses for people's hard-earned gold, and it will also let them stretch their gold further, assuming they have enough time between adventures to actually spend on crafting.
When you pre-order the digital physical bundle, you also
Don't
get
pre-order.
Exclusive
That's a fucking
Gold
scam.
Dragon Mini for our 3D virtual tabletop. The Dragons of D&D digital art book.
Don't pre-order.
Dice sets, 34 frames, and Player's Hand Class Taron. The new Dungeon Master's Guide. So
That's
be
it.
sure to check.
So crafting tools have new rules. Utilize action is now a thing. We have a new way in which the game is being described, in which the actions have different names. The magic action, that is a new name. These are terms that will require rewriting the system's reference document. That is a new brain for the game. That is a new addition. All right. So no matter what people are going to want to say about that, it's a new addition. I'm going to operate under the assumption that I don't know that Ted actually got an early PDF of it. If somebody knows, if anybody has shown off the crafting rules, I would really love to see it. I'd love to see it because that's going to really affect my alchemist. That was the one that I wanted to start out on first. But if we can't see the crafting rules yet, I'm not about to fuck with it. Spells, that's just going to be new spells. They got their pride dice, ranger. Oh, that's the one I forgot on here. Okay. All classes moved their subclasses to 3rd level. I don't understand any ethos that went in. I don't get any explanation that went in to why this is here. It's the way it's going to go. I know that it's another reason why I'm probably not going to be a huge fan of this edition, but it's here. Any arguments that this was like increasing accessibility just fall completely flat. The real big issue with accessibility in D&D is how overwhelming the game text is, not what level you're getting your subclass. It's nonsense. Every single problem that they were talking about trying to address by like doing the move to 3rd level can easily be addressed by clipping down the game expression. Yeah. They say that it's for newer people. I don't know how that makes it easier. You're getting a subclass choice at 3rd level is not... That was not an extremely complex thing. Okay, so one of the other things I know of is there is a dancer bard now. This is going to make my dancer class probably a little harder sell at some tables, unless they've already seen my dancer class, and they're familiar with it, and they just want the update. They're going to understand why it's different. Wait, so they've only done Wizard, Druid, Ranger. Wait, Wizard, Druid, Ranger, Warlock, Rogue, Barbarian, Paladin, Fighter. They haven't done all the classes yet, have they? Wait, are they going to? Yeah, I heard it was a Monk Bard. Are they... They haven't done Sorcerer yet. So no Sorcerer. We do have Wizard. Druid. Rogue, Paladin, Fighter. This week is going to have the rest of the classes? Oh, okay. God, it's so weird that they've been staggering it like that. Okay. So... I'm kind of looking at view counts as well to see, like, okay, 75k views. I'm just trying to see what the people are interested in seeing, really. New fighter. Oh, buddy. All right. Let's just start out with probably the one that I know people in chat are going to disagree with me on. All right. From what I've already heard about the weapon mastery system and everything going on with the fighter, I cannot help but think that this is going to make a fairly accessible class for most people an extremely inaccessible one. I don't think that what they needed to do was buff marshals in order to make D&D feel more fun to play a marshal. They needed to nerf spellcasters, but they're scared to do that, right? I was hoping throughout the entire UA process, we were going to see more nerfs. More nerfs needed to come to spellcasters. I've heard that there is a nerf to Paladin that sounds like it almost broke it. Now that every smite spell is a bonus action, so you can only do it like once or something, and you can't do it as a reaction. I was like, that feels, it's like telling people no way more often than yes. Yeah, it just feels bloated. Okay, so I'm going to try to get... Ooh, wait, yeah. Having the Lost City and Expedition to the Barrier Peaks in this one, I still really think the Lost City is a sick-ass adventure. I don't know about Infinite Staircase. I'm not picking it up because I'm not planning on running any 5e moving forward, or whatever the hell this edition is. I will say, though, like, for everybody who is, Lost City is pretty fucking cool. Yeah. Embracing low magic where spellcasting is weird and risky. Lose is the best decision I've made. Oh, yeah. Smite is a bonus action to cast now, yeah. Okay, so weapon mastery. We have a very brief on this because I want to avoid designing around this as much as possible. That's just me as a designer. Sorry if I sound short and curt, but this is probably going to be one of my least favorite mechanics of anything that they put in a TTRPG.
Weapon mastery, which has a significant impact on so many classes, subclasses, all these.
Nick. It allows you to benefit from these that has been assigned to it. And so with the dagger, that property is a property called Nick. It allows you to benefit from the extra attack that the light property in the dagger gives you without having to spend your bonus action on it. It's simple, but powerful. Because what that suddenly means is the person who has decided to focus their mastery option on daggers, they've just freed up their bonus action to do something else with it. This is just a great example of how weapon mastery powerfully transforms how certain characters use their weapons.
So what does it do?
There are other weapons that have a property called graze. And if your character unlocks...
I saw these at the WotC Summit, but I'm very, just being honest with you, I don't remember any of this. Graze, okay, still deals damage on a miss, if I remember right. Which, alright. Nick, I don't remember? Congrats on the DLC. Oh, thanks, Titania. Yeah, we're doing, we're still in the DLC. I think I'm probably gonna look up just some means of fucking quick cheesing Radon. I'm correct about Graze. Still deals damage on a miss. How much damage? Well, I mean, I don't know if they say this on here. Is your modifier on a miss? And you already have the Goodman Games remakes, and they're both 100 plus pages, and each Infinite Staircase probably won't have that many pages. I don't think page count is necessarily the marker of quality. I really don't. I think that a lot of those adventures, like, here we go. Just to tell you guys, yeah, here you go. Look. I've got the original right here, right? Oh. This is a... here's what I would say. This is about a 20... It says like 25, 26 page adventure. With a good editor and a team that actually looks at trying to clean this up. I think that this could be a 6-page adventure. I would rather get the information in a clean and quick model that is focusing on utility over a lot of crazy fancy artwork. I need to be able to see it to run it, and I am really hesitant on the format that they're kind of going with right there on like adventure writing moving forward. If it's anything like what they've done with, like, you know, Curse of Strahd I got back here, or Wild Beyond the Witchlight, God, their layout person really, they need to bring in another person. They really do, to focus on usability of their adventures. They really do. They haven't changed anything since the UA from what you remember. Okay. So we have great... Are they going to show it in this video, what these actually mean? Or... The Ranger...
Again, mastery properties aren't just on melee weapons. For example, the longbow has the slow property, and the narrow...
Slow? He said property. Here's where this is going to get confusing. There's a weapon mastery, and then there's a weapon property? 2-weapon fighting without using the bonus action. Can you still use the bonus action to attack, though? Yeah, wait. Someone, let me know. Can you use Nick and still get a third attack off by using that bonus action to do it anyways? He's just calling it a property? Okay. They don't show text 99% of the time. Not bonus action to attack. So, the arbitration is you can do 2-weapon fighting. You don't see why you could use Nick, then do the regular bonus action attack. Oh, I mean, because if that's the regular thing, like, if you can normally do it, and then because you used it up here, you suddenly can't, that's kind of unintuitive. Why you couldn't use it. Yeah, does anybody know? It's from another source, you can. So you can't use that same weapon again on the turn. Seth Green. Are you, Are you like Family Guy? Like Chris? Like Seth Green? I'm gonna phone a friend. Hey, Treant Monk. Do you know if the new Nick property still allows you to make an attack as a bonus action? We're gonna get Chris's interpretation. Look at playtest 8 UA. So it's the same thing? No, just lucky. Damn, that would have been funny. You should have just said yes. I would have believed you. So it's the same thing as what was in playtest 8. Like, have we confirmed that? Anybody give me confirmation? Anybody? Here, I'll turn this down super low. Because if it's the same, then we have a basis to work off of with that. Parts of a feat. Heavy, light, thrown, mastery properties, sap, topple. Okay, slow, cleave, topple, vex. Okay. Minimal changes. There are restrictions here. If there was restrictions on it, UA, you don't imagine they would have removed them. They took out Vex. Okay, so then looking at the UA 8 is not going to be helpful. We need to get what they absolutely did. I'm trying to find the wording. So if this isn't going to be helpful and like I'm just going to get the names of these, then like I'm not going to watch this whole video. Sap. Vex is possibly gone? The light property allowed the offhand bonus action. Okay. So the light property allowed the offhand bonus action. So if your weapon mastery uses Nick to double attack, then you can use the light property for 3 attacks. So that is confirmed? That is a way you can do that? Push. So we have Graze, Cleave. How is Cleave working? If you hit a creature with a melee attack using this weapon, you can make an attack roll with the weapon against the second creature within 5 feet of the first that is also within your reach. Okay, on a hit, the second creature takes the weapon's damage, but don't add your ability modifier to that damage unless the modifier is negative. You can make this extra attack only once per turn. So it's requiring 2 attack rolls. Because they don't want you to like cleave a cat and hit a Tarask. Then I think like if that's the mechanic of it, oh, I'm not okay. So that's what cleave is, right? We love exception-based conditional rules. Yeah. It's the one that lets you change your die size if the weapon is versatile that's gone, but not Vex. So, a couple things I'm seeing here. If your attack roll with this weapon misses a creature, you can deal damage to that creature equal to the ability modifier you use to make the attack roll. This damage is the same type as the one dealt by the weapon, and the damage can't be increased by any way other than increasing the ability modifier. So, what I'm seeing right here is this does not count as an attack. This is you are dealing damage to them. Now, it probably counts as you having already made an attack, but it's still saying that the creature has damage dealt to it. But this additional damage does not benefit from things like rage. Or, does it benefit from sneak attack? Like, if it benefits from sneak attack, then maybe rogue is looking okay. It's a flesh wound. If it's still hitting for your ability modifier, that's still really fucking good. Like, if it qualifies as the attack hitting, and anything of the attack applies as well, that's still really good. If the original roll would have beat its AC, it also takes the damage. Yeah, right? Yeah, on cleave, yeah, I agree with you. Or you go into this and say something like, I think your wording is right. I think your wording is the way that I would probably go with that. If it would also, if the attack would also hit this other target, then it counts as, having to make the additional attack is going to bog this down. Like, turns are already taking 10 minutes in D&D. This is even worse. So yeah, they could have cleaned that up. The damage can't be increased in any way. Well, that damage can't be increased in any way. But my question is, like, does this still mean that, like, when you... Okay. I would need to see what's happening to Rogue. I don't think we're going to get much out of the weapon mastery video. Let me check out...
Our main job with the Rogue...
How do they word sneak attack? This is going to be key. Do they show any text here? Can anyone show me text? Is there a video that shows off text? Yeah, I want to see text. Wait, so what? Why did they do 2 videos on... Wait, D&D Beyond did a video on the Rogue, and then the official... No text in any video. No text for any of it, I think. Okay, well, opposite of that, actually, is... No, Treant Monk still doesn't have the text. That was probably part of the NDA. It would probably be easier to watch Treant Monk and reference the playtest. I don't want to speculate in seeing what they have in the playtest. Hang on.
And then Friday...
I don't want to speculate based off of what they have in the playtest. If we actually see... Because, like, I thought that we were going to actually see game mechanical text. I know Jenny got to show off some game mechanical text. I know because I've had to do layout, I saw what the stat blocks were looking like for Josiah's Monster of the Week videos, like, weeks in advance. They weren't allowed to show text, but they could rewrite it, and D&D Shorts has some text in the video on Rogue, Warlock, and Bard. Wait, what? No, Will didn't get early access. Doesn't the text either so you may be able to read between the lines more than what they say, but at that point you're playing telephone a bit. Cool. Okay.
Revealed on YouTube and then taken down, but we'll get to that. Is get their features starting at level 3 now, and the first great old one, D&D subclasses get their features starting at level 3 now, and the first great old one feature is Awakened Mind. Bonus action, make a telepathic connection with...
Yeah, he did. Oh, yeah. Yeah, sure. Okay, so there was a rewrite. Bonus action, choose a creature you can see within 30 feet of yourself. You and the chosen creature can speak telepathically with each other while the two of you are within a number of miles of each other equal to your charisma modifier. Just say like 1 mile within each other. Or like, why make this? No one measures that. No one does. No one does. That's going to make for an argument. God, I hate the way that they write text. Psychic spells, you can change the damage type to psychic. That's very good. You can do so without verbal or somatic components for enchantment or illusion spells. I like that. That's good. That's quite good. I wanted to look at motherfucking sneak attack. Where'd it go? I just saw Colby on here. I was like, what? That is... Okay, so is this starting in on Rogue? Nope. Here's Rogue,
Assassin
right?
subclass got dropped by my man Colby, and the OG Assassin is iconic, but was admittedly very inconsistent. For the new one, at level 3, you get the usual proficiencies and a variant on the Assassin feature. You have advantage on initiative rolls, nice, and you have advantage on attacks against any target that hasn't taken a turn yet this...
Wait a minute. Hey, what up, Chris? Hey, yeah, I just messaged you over on Discord. I was super curious about your take on that. You can make the attack as a part of the attack action instead of a bonus action. Presumably, if you got a bonus action attack from some other feature other than the light property, you could do that as well. So, would that allow you to make... No, it says instead of a bonus action. You can still make this extra attack only once per turn. Okay, so the stipulation is you can't... Yeah, thank you. So the stipulation is you can... that extra attack can't be made an additional time during the turn if you use your bonus action to go on ahead and do it. It's still restricting it to only once per turn, right? Because I think that's the interpretation of it I got from the text. Treant Monk doesn't have the text either. He doesn't have it in the videos. He got early access to the book. Because, okay. Some of the things I'm a little bit curious about are like, so like Assassin Rogue getting, okay, yes, you can only get one extra attack from the light property Nick or not. Okay, so that's only ever a thing you can do on your turn once. So this is... Nick is not suddenly giving you a random attack from out of nowhere. Still can't take this attack more than once per turn. Okay. Well, it said per turn. Does that say per turn or per action? Or, sorry, per round. Once per turn. I don't think that's a way you can dual wield and get an extra... No, because if you're doing that as an opportunity attack... Yeah, you do that as an opportunity attack, you're only taking an attack, not the attack action, if I'm remembering this right. Okay, so... Right. Okay. It would work with a ready to attack action. Attack action. Yeah. Okay. So... Okay, so these are the ones that I'm seeing that have currently made it in. So one of the things I just saw right here... So Assassin has blanket advantage on initiative rolls. Isn't that what you get for surprising, right? Like, that's the perk you get out of surprising something already. So if it's just getting it blanket, then an assassin that is trying to focus on sneaking up on things doesn't get, like, their features redundant, or like they don't need to sneak up on them. Is that kind of what I'm getting out of this? Or if I'm just like woefully, yeah. Oh, a surprise creature has disadvantage on its initiative roll. Okay. Well, this is just general surprise. A surprise creature has disadvantage on its initiative roll. Okay. Let's go here. Okay. So then, yeah. All right, that's nice. Advantage on attacks against creatures who haven't had a turn yet. That we've always known that was pretty sick, and I like the idea of what that would mean for Assassin. I was looking specifically for the Rogue. Wait, steady aim. Hang on. So this is a Rogue. Oh, wait, that's from Tasha's. Right. Okay, so here was here was Ginny's preview. So I am really what's happening with the... So the layout is the headers are getting the level in the hierarchy? Like in the header hierarchy, right? So it's not a separate line anymore. It's the level is up in the feature text, right? What's the general take on 60 so far? It's going crunchier. I mean, it's going crunchier. Like, yeah. It's kind of about the only thing I've gotten from it so far. I've seen them making certain moves towards, like, I mean, the surprise change is... That's intuitive, simple, clean, right? I'm gonna really want to see, like, the surprise mechanic itself and see what they do there, but yeah. I'm kind of looking at layout here for a second.
Arcana that made monks literally die from jealousy. It was revealed by Ginny D. At level 3, you get dazzling footwork. You have
Okay, yeah.
advantage on performance.
We had that as break a leg over in the dancer.
Checks made to dance makes sense. Your base AC also equals 10 plus charisma plus dexterity, which is...
Okay, so this is another thing for me. Wait, what? Wait, how are they formatting this? Wait, this isn't up in the header anymore. What? How are they formatting this?
Unarmed strikes is also equal to your bardic inspiration die, so it starts...
Boy, Monk, I am pretty sure Monk is going to have to maintain this exact same scaling right here, or, like, Bard is going to run away with the unarmed fucking... Yeah. He's taking this from the playtest? So this is all showing Unearthed Arcana stuff, then. So, some of the stuff that Ginny didn't show, he's showing from Unearthed Arcana and reformatting it. Because, yeah, I know. I mean, this is the new font. It is way sharper than Bookmania. Yeah. Okay. What if Monk, but also most arcane magic? It's... I'd be a little worried, you know? Yeah. What, the draggers out... the dragon fuckers outpunch you? Well, there you go. I don't know, I haven't seen the new Monk. I haven't seen it yet.
Deal is equal to your bardic inspiration die.
You can use dexterity instead of strength, so same thing for as Monk is getting. Yeah. To roll your bardic inspiration die plus your dexterity modifier. Okay. So, like, this is the way that they were going to make... Like, if you wanted to make a Monk Bard, this is the way that you definitely do it, but I don't know that I'm thinking that whenever I'm thinking Dancer.
Is correct. The damage you deal is equal to your bardic inspiration.
Oh, wait. Oh. When you expend a use of your Bardic Inspiration as a part of an action, bonus action, or a reaction, you can make one unarmed strike as a part of that action, bonus action, or reaction. Okay. That's limited, so it's more tracking, but, like, interesting to see them go in that direction.
Inspiration die. At level 6, you get Inspiring Movement, which lets you use a reaction and a Bardic Inspiration die to move up to half your movement speed without provoking opportunity attacks, and one ally within 30 feet can do the same. And
oh, that's really good! Oh, that's really good! Half... Okay, so half speed? And it doesn't provoke opportunity attacks.
To move up to half your movement speed without provoking opportunity attacks, and one ally within 30 feet can do the same.
So you choose the ally, right? Is what I'm assuming, right? You're choosing the ally that gets to do that? Is that in this one? That's a monk. They had... Barbarian. Bard is in here, right? Druid, no. Or subclass, what? What subclasses is Bard getting? I'm picturing lore, swords, dance, and, what, valor? Is it lore, valor, dance? Yeah. Oh, yeah, no, Chris, don't, like, unless it's been something that, like, you've shown off already and you know it doesn't violate NDA, yeah, don't worry about anything at all. I appreciate your help so far already. So, okay, this is the way that they're formatting this now. They're putting the header... Hang on. Here. I'm gonna do something real quick. We're gonna open up a new one. Glamour. Okay. I'd be pretty interested to see what they make happen with Glamour. Cool. All right, kids. Dancer Bard uses a polearm as a weapon, meme in the works. Okay. Ah. Okay, chapter header, or here, we'll do header parts. Go. Table title. I usually like to put that up in here. Header. Okay. Body core. Body metadata. Body inline subheader. Body list bullet body list numbered. Blah, blah, blah. One of the other things I've heard of is that there is a new font that they are introducing that is similar to what Pathfinder does with the action indicators, right? Apparently there's like a new font that is D&D game text or like game like icons and objects. I haven't seen it yet, but I've just been hearing whispers apparently that this is a thing. Dancer. Oh yeah. Oh, later, Titania. So we have this. What else would we need in here? We need sidebar, core, sidebar, metadata, sidebar, title, sidebar, list, bullet, table, core, centered, okay, table, header, at least this is how I like to arrange it. Right aligned, table, metadata, yeah. We don't really need bullets and anything like this. Okay. Stat blocks are going to have their own formatting thing we'll have to go through once we get there. Yeah, another question I had, a lot of people were asking, was whether or not I was going to do a follow-up to the InDesign tutorial mimicking 5e's trade dress. The answer is no. So, originally, whenever I had done that, one of the things that I was going to do was do it as a sequel where we were going to get into stat block formatting and everything. The problem was, they changed their trade dress about like a month after I did that video, and it was immediately invalid. So then, I started researching some other ways to kind of do the 5e trade dress, and then they changed it again by moving the proficiency bonus up away from another area where it was. I got tired of it, and I was like, screw it, I'm going to make my own stat block and just kind of try to improve on the model that they had in there. And like that video, I'm sorry, is going to have to not get made. So for those of you who are really, really eager to get the stat block video and how you would do that in InDesign, I'm very sorry. It's not going to happen. But I do know how to mimic the new stat block. I did work on that. So the only problem with that is I can't... Here, I'll show you guys what I've been doing. Okay, so the only problem with this is I can't show you all how to do it just yet. I can't make a video explaining it because it's a part of the protected trade dress. Josiah got permission to do it. So, because Josiah was allowed to, I'm his layout guy, so I was allowed to, right? This is what the new stat blocks look like. I'm sure you all have probably already seen them if you're interested in D&D right now. So, I can't really give you a guide in how to replicate this because that would be potentially opening myself up to getting in a little bit of heat there. But effectively what's going on is they've moved all the saves away from down here underneath everything and moved it up here. Personally for me, look, I get why. I get why they think that this would be a better way to do this. Present all the information up here. You have all their saves right there. I still think that this actually bloats down a bit more in the stat block. It also just kind of looks like an Easter picnic got thrown up right here in the middle of it, but there you go. I think that the change to proficiency bonus, moving that to where it was inside of the CR with the XP, I don't really get why they did that change. I always felt like challenge rating needed to be up a lot more visible, so that's why I moved it up here, right? With the XP right underneath it in case you needed it if you were one of the 5 tables in the world that actually uses XP to track your leveling, right? I do like the fact that they're showing a sort of quote-unquote passive initiative in here with a 17. That would actually make 5e run really well, I think. In just giving it like, okay, just use their passive initiatives here. All right, if they have disadvantage on it, just say it's a -5 right here. We know mathematically it's a -3.5, but just do the same that we do for passive perception, right? A -5 penalty, do that. I don't really like the color scheme that's going on in here. That's my biggest nitpick with it. Whenever you're doing trade dress, you're trying to think of like every piece of text that is getting color or color coded. I also think this has the really, really bad effect of not being distinguishable to people that have certain color blindness. So, yeah. What's even the divide with using yellow versus green, physical versus mental stats? I guess, but that doesn't seem to really be coded in anywhere insofar as what I have seen. So, if somebody else would, if somebody else can confirm that, like, there is an actual difference, then, like, I guess we'll see. If it has mechanical text somewhere that says, the mental stats or the physical stats, maybe there's a change, right? I just know that this is the way that it's looking. The other interesting thing is that reactions specifically have triggers and responses spelled out now. I'm realizing now I needed to italicize that. I'll get that fixed. But yeah. Interesting, I guess. The other thing that was a little bit weird to me is that this is now called a melee attack roll. So, like, could it just be a melee attack? And we know that the attack requires a roll? There's little things like that. Yeah. The color coding stands out in the worst way. The important info from that block doesn't make it more readable at a glance. Like, I know why they did this. I don't think that this format was the best way to do this. Yeah, I don't know. I get what they were going for here. I don't think the execution is fantastic. I would have to experiment with it a bit more to see what I would try to do. I still think moving proficiency bonus up into your, like, experience, where it got moved down here, kind of an odd choice. If something is going to be using proficiency bonus uses per day, I kind of worry about that. Some people still think magic missile is an attack. You assume those kinds of confusion or why they include roll. But if it's only for magic missile, then I'm like, if it's only for magic missile, then then that's an exception, I would think. You like to think that means that the monster does the soul's like dodge up to you before attacking. Yeah. I guess they've also shortened down damage resistances and damage immunities and damage vulnerabilities to resistances, immunities, and vulnerabilities, and then condition immunities are their own separate thing. They're now also going with title casing for a lot of everything. It was always kind of odd to me that passive perception had a lowercase p at the start, but then again, I'm looking at that from a layout artist perspective, not exactly like, I don't know. Yeah, most people aren't going to care. Yeah. Fireball, etc. In that case where you're attacking the enemy but won't make an attack roll. Yeah, but it, like, and the funny thing to me is, like, in 5e, that's not an attack, right? So, like, it doesn't require the attack roll, sure. I just need to see what they're doing for that. Because it's not listed down here. So I think I know what the problem is. I have not yet seen a spellcaster in a stat block. So maybe if I see a spellcaster, I'll see a need for a distinction. But yeah, as of right now, I just don't really think that this is necessary here. In all the cases where it's like, well, it could be helping this right here, I'm just like, I think you kind of already covered that in your book, but yeah. Now, let me go back here to do the research. Where were we? Here? Yeah. Okay. Wait, when you roll initiative. Wait, this is not the same thing, is it?
Sure, what's on screen is correct. The damage you deal is equal to your Bardic Inspiration die. At level 6, you get Inspiring Movement, which lets you use a reaction and a Bardic Inspiration die to move up to half your movement speed.
Where you get to use the attack,
Without
right?
provoking opportunity attacks, and one ally within 30 feet can do the same. And also, thanks to your 3rd level feature, you can make an attack when you do this. When you roll initiative, you can also spend a Bardic Inspiration die to give the result to the entire party's initiative roll.
Wait, this is a separate feature? Wait, they get 2 6th level features?
Which is great. Finally, at level 14, we see the time-honored D&D tradition of giving a random subclass a feature that the rogue got about 10 levels before. In this case, it's evasion. You take half damage from a failed dex save and...
Wait. Did they revert the bard getting a 10th level feature? Did they revert that? So bard is back to 3rd, 6th, and 14th? And the change was to give them an extra 6th to compensate? Would you be able to confirm that at all, Chris? I mean, again, don't get yourself in trouble, but like, 3rd, 6th, 14th. They reverted it for all subclasses. They're the same as they were in 2014, except for starting at 3rd. Okay. Otherwise, the subclass structures are identical to D&D 5e. Okay, so what I see here, 3rd level, sounded like a core, very similar to what we already had in the scaffolding for Bard from 5e. Unique Bardic Inspiration use. And we typically have like a core, God, it's been a hot second. Is it a proficiency?
By Ginny D. At level 3, you get Dazzling Footwork.
And okay, so an advantage on a situational check, but like advantage on any performance check you make that involves you dancing. They don't have a combat use for this, I don't think. But I just realized this is what I'm going to have to keep in mind the entire time that I'm building the dancer out. This is why multi-classing is such a headache for design. Yeah. I can't base any of the dancer around making a performance check in the middle of combat because of this right here. So you bought time on the clock so you can be here for 30 more minutes. You think that it was reverted when all the subclasses levels were no longer standardized. Okay. It's so weird that they limit this feature to where you can't get it while you're wearing armor or wielding a shield. I don't think this is the main reason why they do that. The main reason why they do that is to give you the monk kind of oomph, right?
You have advantage on performance checks made to dance. Makes sense. Your base AC also equals...
Yeah, that's the big reason why they give that to you. The other portion of it doesn't really matter. It's a roleplay kind of fun thing. I imagine people are going to try to get... I've got to rebuild I have to rebuild a dancer because of this class. Yeah, the 6th level features are really, really good. Yeah, the 3rd level features are kind of meh. I think that at most it's a nice little facelift for like what you're doing with Bardic Inspiration already. The unarmored defense is alright. Agile strikes is you're getting a unique thing from your Bardic Inspiration. Okay. This is literally just making this a weapon that you get. And Bardic damage is not really a feature as much as just something that's required to make this work. Agile strikes, though, seems pretty good, and it gets even better at 3rd level. Or, sorry, 6th level. That 6th level improvement is very good. And they give you... What's the reaction trigger? Use a Bardic Inspiration. Oh, wait, that's not the... Okay.
Fit with allies within 5 feet of you. This is a fine subclass. I mean, Capoeira Bard just sounds cool, but it is definitely worse than its unearthed Arcana version. Evasion for your capstone Bard feature is kind of mid in my...
Why'd they give it evasion that late? Oh, that's so rough. Oh, that's so rough. Oh, people are always going to be complaining about that. You don't give them something like that late. People are just going to be looking at it compared to something else and go, why? Why is that here? Like, yeah. Like, it is like what Will is saying here. It's more of a capoeira bard, not really a dancer, right?
My opinion. The old one was better. It gave you irresistible
so
dance for...
Yes! Like, that's so cake! Do that! Do that! You've already got spell slots. You just get the spell. You have it prepared. Fun already. And you can use it in a different way? Ooh. Okay. I don't think having to spend 4 uses of your Bardic Inspiration is really the best thing to do there. Especially with how limited it is. 4 uses of your Bardic Inspiration is like you're missing out on some core class features there. What you could do with this that would be hilarious is that whenever you cast it, whenever you cast it, it counts. It triggers the agile strikes. Boom, like yeah. This was fine. This was fun. There was a way that they could really, really reel this in to where it was like not clunky and cluttered to use. Giving them just evasion. They also could have given them that at like 6th level, and I still would have been like, okay, I guess I see why that's here. But yeah, call it blood on the dance floor.
Free, which was just peak flavor and actually really quite powerful. But let's talk about feats for a second. The first 2 were revealed by Pixel Circus. These are origin feats, so you get them for free at level 1. They are tied to your background. The first feat they talk about is Lucky, and it seems quite similar to the...
I still, to this day, get... at least once a day, I get an email notification about someone commenting on my banning Lucky video because of the exploits and stuff around it. Oh, hi, bud. No, I know we just went outside. I still get comments about that one. So they did change it because it did need a nerf. It absolutely needed a nerf because it was way too gameable. And by gameable, what I mean is you have ways to use old Lucky in a way that it is clearly not intended to be used. There are goofy ideas around it that are too good for you not to do. Because what you could do is like cause yourself to have a roll with disadvantage. The easy way that people were doing it was saying, I close my eyes, and because your eyes are closed, you have disadvantage on this attack roll. You use the luck point, bam, you actually have super advantage in which you're rolling 3d20s and choosing which one of the 3 to use. They had to clean that up. It had to be cleaned up, you know. What did they do for it? You have a number of luck points equal to your proficiency bonus. Okay. You regain the points when you finish a long rest. Immediately after you roll a d20 for a d20 test. Okay, you can spend 1 luck to give yourself advantage on the roll. So you roll another d20. Okay. Wait, so it's... You have to spend the luck point before rolling? So this is incorrect then, right? So you have to spend the luck point before you do the roll, not after, like it says right here? Oh, wait. This is the UA version of Lucky. It appears unchanged? You may be wrong. If it's like this is quite good. When a creature rolls a d20 for an attack roll against you, you can spend 1 luck point to impose disadvantage on that roll. Okay. So it's not allowing you to re-roll. Oh no, wait, you can. Yeah, you're getting advantage on saving throws with this. But you're not able to get the super advantage. It doesn't work on saves? How does it not work on saves? He's showing the UA version. Wait, what? Okay. There are saves. Are saves not classed as D20? That's what I was thinking. Like, I think anything you do as a D20 roll counts as a D20 test. He's wrong about it not being changed. Okay. But, okay. So we have neighbors that are setting off fireworks. And I think he's kind of wanting to go outside before that goes crazy. Let me let him out real quick, and I'll be back here in, like, I don't know, give me like 5 minutes. likely said too much. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. The Pinkertons got reach out there in Canada, huh? you said something you shouldn't have. Oh, damn it. Okay. So I want to see a couple things here. So we already know right now Dancer is going to have to be rewritten. This is just specific to mine. Yeah. Dancer. Here we go. Dancer will require a complete rewrite due to new bard dance college's advantage on all performance checks related to dance. Yeah, it was so sweeping that they actually kind of like they gated themselves out of ever designing around that as well. So I guess I hope they're happy with that. I guess, yeah. Yeah, you're good at this, therefore you do it better. As so many fuckers, yeah. It's also like, it's also kind of a nothing critique, by the way. Whenever people just say something like, yeah, but I should be, like, I'm this guy, I should be the best at doing that. And it's like, that's not the promise of it, honestly. You should be good at it, you know, but the best at it is all subjective. We can't really design around that. Dancer, we know for sure, is going to require a complete rewrite due to that one feature. Alchemist, we have to get a better look at the new crafting rules. Merchant. So I'm going to let you all know something right here. Merchant was already planned for a complete rewrite. A complete rework based around Vagabond's Merchant. So here's my deal. I was never really happy with the fact that Merchant was a spellcaster. I looked really hard for a reason why it would make sense for like D&D for that to work out, because I couldn't really figure out a core combat loop for them outside of they're going to need spellcasting. They're going to have it. So I looked in the lore and found a justification for why it would be there. Nowadays, I actually don't super like the idea. But I do like the idea that it would be open up to a couple of different subclasses, right? So I would have to completely rewrite the Merchant in order to be happy with it for the 2024 version. So that might be a thing. By the way, just gonna plug my Patreon stuff in here. If you'd like to see me continue to develop on stuff like this and just be able to continue making shit in the TTRPG space, go check out my Patreon. Should be down in the description below, or patreon.com/Indestructoboy. And I am going to be doing a lot of TTRPG content, expanding more options in what's coming up with this new edition for D&D. And come check out what I'm doing for Vagabond and Merkborg and Shadowdark and Dragonbane and all the other shit I keep working on. Runekeeper, let me tell you all something right now I think is going to wind up happening with this. Do not be expecting me to port this. I'm just going to say this right here. That's too much fucking work. The Runekeeper is going to be a whole entire, like, spellcasting class, a whole brand new magic system, without knowing what the hell is going on over there, I'm gonna say like go with Jesus. All right, do your thing. Sovereign. Yes, working on how to expand on and port this. Yep. Vanguard. This will likely be the first out for 2024. The only thing I need to see with the Vanguard is what is happening regarding the ready action. I need to see what's happening with shields. I need to also see what's happening with like armor as a whole. If there are any major changes to armor, maybe I just say something really cake, like the push property, right? What is push? So we easily say it as wait, where would it be? All the way down here. I just saw it. When you hit a creature with this weapon, you can push a creature up to 10 feet away from you if yourself if it is larger or smaller. What about no larger than one size bigger than you? This would be the easy way that we can just say shields have the push property for you. You treat it as a weapon with the push. You can treat shields as a weapon with the push property that deal d6 damage. Cool. Like we can make that cake. You and other TTRPG folks have inspired you to work on your own 5e overhaul for your home games, and just wanted to say thanks for sparking this enemy, regardless of its quality. It's been fun. But hell yeah, hey, creativity. Anything you can do to just keep writing and making fun shit. That's the great part about being alive, is we can make fun shit, right? But hey, thanks for the message. I really appreciate it. I hope you have fun with it. So with Vanguard, I think that we could really easily key that off of we need to see ready action stuff. Okay, got to see that. Key the shield usage off of the push property. Pretty cake. There's a couple things we learned in doing stuff with Vagabond that I think if I were redoing 5e's Vanguard, I might make some tweaks to. But in general, I'm actually still really happy with where the Vanguard was sitting for 5e. Any changes I would make to it would be incredibly minimal. Zodiac. So I'm just going to be straight up. This isn't even on my top 5 priorities for... I made it as a fun idea. I think, like, looking back on it, there's definitely some things that I would have made tweaks to, but in terms of everything else I currently have on my plate, Zodiac is just not really even way up there, right? So, with my classes, I think the order that this is going to wind up going is going to be Vanguard is probably coming up first. Vanguard is going to be the cake one to get out there. From what I understand, we're able to actually publish stuff out there in September. Yeah, yeah. What's the Zodiac? It's my take on a Magic Transformation Grow class for 5e. It's not. Here, let me give you guys some perspective on this. Alchemist. This has sold over 1,500 copies. I think it's nearing up 2,000 something. I'm trying to recall. All in all, the entire time that this has been around, this has made me over 20 grand. Yeah. Dancer. This is getting very close up to over 2,500 copies. Had I not made it free, it probably would have been there. This one has made me over around $30,000 since the time that I made it. The Merchant. Jenny D, you are a fucking angel, that's for sure. The Merchant has made close to about 40,000 from what I'm recalling in its lifespan. It's fluctuated between a couple different price points, so I might be a little bit wrong on that, but this is going to be up there. The Runekeeper has made quite a chunk of change for me, but it's only sold around 800 copies. It's just not high on my priority list. Sovereign has done fairly well. I would say that if this was over on the DM's Guild, this would most likely be a gold bestseller. Vanguard would be up there close to the Merchant. Word got out that I fucking killed it with this thing, and it started... I probably sell 5 copies of the Vanguard every day. I did make it free to download, but for you to go over and print it, that is going to cost you to do that. But my Vanguard for 5e, this one would probably be pretty close to the Merchant in terms of sales. Actually, after the Screen Rant article, the Alchemist did pretty well as well. So yeah. This is not a new version of D&D. This is not a new version of D&D. It's not D&D 5e. This is D&D 5.2. Things really haven't changed that much. I don't know if you're being for real or not, but as a systems designer and everything that I've looked at, this is a new edition. It is legally distinct. This is a new edition. Yeah. If someone were to literally drop what they were doing over on Kickstarter, I think that WotC would have had a very hard time suing. Legitimately, I do. You're just so disappointed with thinking how the 2024 version is turning out. Some people are still gonna play it, you know. Yeah. Like, it's not backwards compatible at all, right? That always depends on who you ask, because some people are apparently fucking mind readers, and we're able to tell from across the internet exactly what Wizards of the Coast meant whenever they explained themselves like 8 months later. Nobody knew what the fuck they meant by backwards compatible. Nobody knew what to assume or anything like that. The people that are going like, oh yeah, it was the adventures, are absolutely bullshitting you. Nobody knew what they meant. WotC didn't know what they meant. It was just sort of a lofty idea, right? And some people play with what? So nobody knew what it was going to mean. Everybody who's acting like Captain Hindsight and all this shit, they didn't know what the fuck it was going to mean. In terms of backwards compatibility, the most generous I will be with the interpretation is that the 5th edition adventures will probably work with the new stuff. You could probably play a D&D character from 5e alongside a character from D&D 2024, and they will probably still work, right? So the problem that's come up, though, is that people are just going to look and see which one they prefer, and they're going to piecemeal it. Because they didn't make these distinct enough, right? So it's fine if that's what people want to do, right? But I hate the fact that there's this little adversarial thing that kind of kicks in where it's like, I'm going to pick the thing that I just know is better. And then it seems like, I don't know. If they just want to say that, like, it works with all the adventures, cool. Like, yeah, sure. Your damage structure is the same. Your resolution mechanics are the same, right? Those are the two things that really, really matter for compatibility. Damage structure, right? Now, if I'm looking at what subclasses, right? If I look at, like, Tasha's, and I think those subclasses will work with the D&D 2024 shit. Big ol' asterisk there. We don't know. Maybe there will be a conversion guide, but we don't know if I took something from Tasha's, will it work with the D&D 2024 stuff? Because, like, look at Cleric, right? Suddenly Cleric is getting a weird litany of stuff at 3rd level. And it's odd. Yeah. You're already using the UA for your 5e games. New species stuff was already in your home games. Oh, wait. On a side note, why can't you find my Elden Ring stream VODs? Oh, I unlist them. They'll be over on Twitch. I unlist them because I don't want YouTube pushing that out to people. Here. I'm going to mute this real quick. Let me go over here. Twitch. I was like, oh yeah, I'm live right now. Video producer, right? Yes, okay. Oh, why is audio muted from today's. That's super weird. Okay, so all the VODs are available on Twitch. I unlist them here because I don't want YouTube recommending live streams to people. That is a very, very easy way to get people looking like, what the fuck is this channel? I'm not going to watch anything from that. And then it just hurts your channel in the long run. I still think that's part of the reason I'm still not above 30,000 subs. I'm not going to lie. You really have to go now? You say you wouldn't trust Wizards of the Coast after the OGL stuff and they fire people on Christmas if you remember? No, I completely forgot, honestly. No, I don't, like... I don't really know what I'm supposed to do about all that. People are going to keep playing D&D. I don't necessarily have to trust Wizards of the Coast to just make the stuff I'm going to make. Like, WotC has no hand in this, you know? So, yeah, if anything, throw me some cash instead of them, alright? Yeah, pay my bills, okay? I'm aware of the Pinkertons. Yep. What if I put them in a public playtest? Playlist. Oh, the VOD would be available for YouTube and not recommended. They are unlisted. I'll probably put them in a public playlist, but yeah, it's just, for me, I don't want my VODs getting sent out to people because they don't watch it, and it eats up impressions that could have gone from one of my other videos. So, yeah. If people want to join in with a live stream like this right here, oh, great. I love that they get to see what the hell we're doing around here, right? That's super fun. But whenever they see it in the past, it's like no one fucking clicks on a live stream VOD. No one. I get some dedicated fans that are like, oh, I wanted to see what your thoughts were on this thing, but like, the layman doesn't know who the fuck I am, right? You've been discovering to help on the playthrough. Oh no, we're good. Yeah, you could also make a separate channel for gaming. I could. That's work. That's work. Maybe whenever the channel is like bigger, that might be a cause. But as of right now, I don't really want to split it up so much, you know? Okay. So, back on trajectory here, right? So, alright. So they're getting their unique bardic inspiration use. Typically they're getting I would say an interaction feature. 6th level, from what we've seen, and we haven't seen much, but from what we've seen, I would say their 14th level is a defensive feature? Question mark. 6th level, improvements on unique BI use. And they got what the hell else? Hang on. You assume that the Zodiac didn't sell very well? Nope. Nope. I lost quite a lot of money on the Zodiac. I have no real intention to even slightly update that. Zodiac sold maybe 100 copies. Maybe. Yeah. I'm just not on the reaction meta, that's true. Yeah. If you're gonna love the Zodiac and when you're in long-running hardcore 5e game and you're in it rocks, oh, I appreciate that. Yeah, it's just not, it wasn't financially viable. And, let me see.
We can say that
Ginny need a jump scare.
bards don't have to be musical. But look at the handbook. It mentions verse, but any performances are musical. In the 5th edition hint,
Where's the text?
performances, it's limited to spoken word only. Poetry, oration, speech. Any other form of entertainment, like acrobatics or dance or theater or mime or comedy, isn't represented at all. For new players, or magic is made dancing in the street, dancing in the to invoke the of the College of Dance.
Okay. Movement harmony. Okay, so they give you a brief synopsis of what the the oomph, the flavor is supposed to be, right? What's the like salt and pepper of it? Well, I consider making a conversion to Vagabond in the future expansion. What, the Zodiac? I mean, nothing's off limits. I mean, I don't know, maybe. I do have an idea for a class that I may do a 5e and Vagabond thing on. I'm just trying to figure out how to distinguish it from Barbarian. Very much inspired by the Elden Ring playthrough called the Feral. I just like this idea of taking the shape change from Druid and actually turning it into like, no, that's a core class thing. Oh, give me that, right? Not so much any of the magic, but like you're very, very good at doing alter self, essentially, right? Beast Boy, just like total Beast Boy, yeah. On Elden Ring, the next thing you need to do is talk to Thal here. Well, we're working on this right now, but I already tried to go through with all that and can't figure out where he is. Yeah. Nations and Cannons does that with their Animist. I'll have to check that out.
Can channel that movement to invoke their power. Our magic is made dancing in the street.
So she showed
as part of that same action, and Bardic Damage, which lets you use Dexterity as your attack modifier for unarmed strikes, and allows you to add a Bardic Inspiration die to your damage without expending that die. So if your Bardic Inspiration die is a d6, for example, that's 15, and you can share the effects with any ally. Make a Dexterity saving throw, you take half damage on d6, for example, then anytime you hit with an unarmed strike, you get to add a d6 to your damage. They also get a version of Evasion, where when you have to make a...
Wait. Anytime you hit with an unarmed strike, you add a d6 to the damage? Wait. Hold up.
Their power.
Hang on. Let me get rid of the... When you deal bludgeoning damage with an unarmed strike, you can deal bludgeoning damage equal to a roll of your Bardic Inspiration die plus your Dexterity modifier instead of the strike's normal damage. Okay, so it doesn't stack. It does not stack with Monk. Okay, I was like, fuck around, what? Hold up. Alright, so no. A slight little confusion in there. I can't see their 6th level. But I've heard them talk about it. Okay, so we got the one preview there. And a big-ass confidential on it.
Dancing in the street, dancing in the moonlight.
Glamour and Dance.
Okay.
Lore is focused on scholarship.
Glamour. Okay. So we have for sure Lore, Valor, Glamour? Right? This is our subclass list. Dance, Glamour, Lore, Valor. Got it. Exit and Flash Mix. Why is the art so soulless in 2024? So a lot of what you're seeing, there's a couple different things here. So they went with a very much more comfy core kind of aesthetic for it. And they went comfy core and League of Legends artwork. All of the character artwork in this, I've been kind of critical on like what they've been using here. Because there's not really a voice. It's like, it's just sort of very safe and very like modern looking characters. This doesn't feel like a character in a fantasy game to me necessarily. This feels more like a Arcana Punk sort of modern take, right? So it's like, well, yeah, okay. If you want to know the reason why there's been a lot of AI art accusations going on, it's because it all looks like League of Legends artwork, okay? And a lot of what AI art is modeling it's all modeling League of Legends artwork. It's trying to reproduce League of Legends artwork, right? It feels a bit more like Final Fantasy, yeah. This still feels very modern. This feels more like a Michael Jackson get-up. Right? And like, you know, if you want to go with that and like that's the flair and that's whatever, it's fine. This character doesn't really look high fantasy. This character just looks like a dancer that you pulled out of like any performance today. Right? They said the new art has characters from the lore? Really? I have no idea. Trending on ArtStation. Yeah, kind of. The other thing that they're doing is they're making extremely safe decisions with the artwork. And where... Okay. There's a lot of characters that I am seeing that are very, like, safe horny, right? Where they're not really going with, like, very masculine characters, or very, like, conventionally, like, sexy, sort of, like, scantily clad, like, women characters, right? They're going with, like, very clean, family-friendly imagery right here. And, it's safe horny. It's safe horny, right? Pathfinder art has such a distinct style, and second edition is really good at still being bright while having that harsh, actiony edge to them. Yeah, there's like no real edge to it, like what you were saying. There's not really any kind of attack or aggressive feel to the artwork. From what I understand, it is sanitized. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong. They don't have artwork that depicts blood anymore. Is something I heard, but I have not been able to, like, confirm that. So, if someone has seen a piece of artwork from either, like, Monster Manual, Dungeon Master's Guide, whatever, that has blood in it, give me a shout. I'm also really curious if... It's all just femboys and tomboys. I don't think it's necessarily that. This is not a femboy, okay? I'm sorry. This guy may be gay, right? That's not a femboy. No. This is... No. As a femboy connoisseur... like, what we've got kind of going on is more of the comfy core, cozy shit happening, right? So, like... This is a violent fantasy game. A dangerous fantasy game, right? Where, in essence, the danger should come from your heroes going on these, like, crazy quests, right? Like, they go on these crazy quests, and, oh, apparently YouTube chat doesn't like the word twink. How unfortunate. This guy isn't even a twink. No. You guys' gaydars are all fucked up, alright? No, this is still actually, like, more mask... type of person? No, I don't think that this guy's a twink. I still could see this being a totally straight dude that's just like a pop star. He's just lean. Yeah, right? I've seen plenty of like K-pop dudes that look like this guy right here. Okay? A Marvel 7? Well, I guess, but no. All right. Hang on. I actually want to see here. Where is yeah, they look like TiVo hats. Yes, they do. I thought that maybe that might be a little homage in there, but it's a weird homage. Barbarian. Hang on. This is kind of the tell-all right here. Okay.
There is a lot new.
Okay, so this is going to make some people upset. Okay. What's Devo? They're a band. You almost whip it. Yeah. Wait, that was Devo, right? I'm going to feel like an idiot if I got that wrong. Okay. We have a character who is taking on a more masculine or less conventionally feminine appearance, right? So, this is the character that's being used to represent the barbarian, okay? They're trying to break some gender stereotypes here, or gender norms, rather, right? That is the kind of thing that's going to make people latch on and go, this is woke, right? Look, if they have a piece of artwork in here that is a hulking fucking buff-ass dude, this is just one of many barbarians that they're depicting, okay? If the upset is over any barbarian looking like this, then you're getting into, why is it so weird for you then? We're getting into some of the phobias if you get into that case, right? We got a muscle mommy, okay? We got a muscle mommy. Sounds like Weird Al. Yeah, Debo is very much inspiring Weird Al, is what I would say. Yeah. Yeah, quick Joss Wheaton characters. Yes, thank you. That is more of where I'm kind of leaning in that a lot of the characters that are being depicted are just sort of like, hi, how's it going? I am a hero. And like, hi, I hit stuff really, hi. Did I mention my name? Hi. It's very, like, it's just so, yay. And I don't know, man. They all seem just to be taking these very, like, we were saying, League of Legends style poses. This is, by the way, not an artist problem. An art direction problem, though, it would be. Hang on one sec.
Their rage going by.
Okay, sorry about that. Amanda is coming home. Drex. Okay, cool. So we have a character who is hey, look at that. You got an eye patch and everything, right? Tattoos, right? But here we have a character who is a dragonborn. Okay. But this is what I would say is more masculine of a dragonborn, right? Fantastic. If we get another one of like, oh, wait, hang on.
Normal ability is for those particular ability checks. Just keep in mind.
Okay, we got a pretty buff dude here. All right.
This is going on during their rage.
This is gonna seem really, really funny. Okay. What I'm more curious about is, do they have nipples? For those of you that have been on the DMs Guild, you know why I'm asking.
And their rage always in.
Whose face did they reference here? Oh my god, who is this? Who is this? Taron in 20 years just turned into a lizard? Who is this? What actor is this? Is it Childish Gambino? It looks like him, right? It does look like Childish Gambino. Kevin Hart? Maybe? No, that does not look like Kendrick. I don't think that looks like Kendrick. I can actually really see Childish Gambino. That's super funny. Yeah, now I'm really curious who they reference for that.
Involves them tapping into this deep well of primal power. And
okay, so very Marvel. So this is just a superhero. Like this is more of the problem I have with it more than anything. It doesn't feel like fantasy. This just feels like Marvel superhero.
And it is effectively a supernatural ability that is transforming how they are making these ability checks.
Yeah.
That before rage was only useful when the barbarian wanted to destroy something. Well, now the barbarian can also tap into their primal power. Level 9.
God, it's such an odd choice.
One of those new features that gives the barbarian a
I don't see a nipple. Uh-oh.
new way to use one of their.
Is that actually part of the policy now?
Theme we've already touched on in talking about the fighter and the. If they're
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. You know who they kind of look like? Tyler, the Creator?
particular ability checks. Just keep in mind, this is going on during their rage, and
He looks more like Childish Gambino. Yeah. You don't get it? So, I guess for those of you that aren't really like that plugged into it, okay. Yeah, no nips. So there was a policy on the DMs Guild that they pushed in like 2021 maybe, where if you had any artwork that was, if you had any artwork that was depicting nipples, it didn't matter if it was a male or a female character. It was not allowed in a product on the guild. So part of the reason that this was brought up was because there were rules that were kind of confusingly enforced. Some people were trying to argue that like you should be able to show breasts in artwork. And I'm not the like conclusive source on this. Only reason I'm bringing this up is because I think that this is just a policy of their art direction now. People were trying to use it to like get more scantily clad shit like pressed across. Eventually people started trying to test this out with like, hey, what's going to really piss off the guild with our artwork or whatever? How far can we press this line? So eventually the guild just put their foot down and said, no nipples whatsoever in any work. This also got further pressed, and why I'm really curious about this over here, they said no blood. And I'm like, what? What the fuck are you talking about, no blood? Like, one day last week on the official Discord, Davey D, who's that? Got mad at your questioning of species being the term, and he just yelled, "There are no chromosomes in D&D." What? I don't know whether no chromosomes but no nipples makes sense. What? Oh yeah, no blood to appeal to China.
Oh, the advantage on your own attack roll, so you're still accepting everyone else has advantage to hit you.
Okay.
To deal even more damage if you met the Path of the Berserker, not so easy for that to happen.
So let's move on to the barbarian subclasses.
Yeah, so we have a brand new subclass in the form of the Path of the World Tree, and
okay, so again, this is a character that is adopting a lot of modern fashion into their look, where it is also kind of leaning in on the whole like, okay, this has got a particular vibe to it that doesn't really feel like it's rooted in the fantasy that inspired D&D anymore, right? This is what may be upsetting some fans. Now, with this barbarian like this all works for me. I am fine with the aesthetic, but I'm just gonna say this to my fellow lefty brothers and sisters out there. You gotta understand that whenever righties are looking at this stuff and they're thinking, I don't like how this represents what a leftoid looks like in my brain, this is what they're going for right here, right? Like that's what they're going for, all right? So there's stuff, there's jewelry in this character's head that is the kind of jewelry typically worn by left-leaning people, okay? So, like, this is what's pissing them off. I'm not saying that, like, they're right in being pissed off. They're really dumb in being pissed off, actually. Because I think that, like, it's a stupid thing to get worked up about. But if we're talking about whether or not artwork is, I don't know, like, not hitting the classic vibe, something like this could be throwing people out of the loop of, like, I miss the pulp fantasy artwork. And maybe that's what they're talking about, you know? Yeah. Right now, yeah. Every time I see a dock, I get the urge to put a padlock in it. It's not my favorite jewelry, you know, but hey, people be people.
we have
I'm down with the gauged ears. That it's an interesting look on an elf. I actually think that this barbarian artwork is pretty fucking cool, though, not gonna lie.
the Path of the Berserker returning, as well as the Path of the Wild Heart, formerly
Okay, so we don't have nipples.
known as the Path of the Totem Warrior. And then we also have the
Okay.
Path of the Zealot, a subclass that originally appeared in Xanathar's Guide to Everything.
I think it is a drow, yeah.
And has been transformed in its migration from that book to this book. Shall we start with the book?
So we have Wild Tree, or we have, what, World Tree, Berserker, Zealot, and Totem? Or Wild Spirit? What'd they say?
And so all of the features in the player's handbook that are like this, because they're as the Path of the Totem Warrior. And then we also have the Path of the Berserker returning, as well as the Path of the Wild Heart.
Okay. World Tree, Berserker, Wild Heart, Zealot. So, third level, I think their subclass structure stays essentially the same. Here, we need to get, actually, yeah. Yada-da-da. Okay. They're putting on what Baldur's Gate 3 with the Totem Barbarian did, as far as I know. Yeah, just like if there's something that's coming up where people are like, hey, like this word we've been using right here could be, and there might be some problems come up with it in the future. Can we maybe just like move away from that into something that feels a bit more agnostic or not particularly rooted in particular cultures? It's probably what they're doing with that, just getting away from the use of totem, because that can mean a bunch of different things. I don't really see... what was it? They were getting away from using, what, shaman? Right? Like, they're no longer using shaman in... what was it? They're no longer using shaman in Magic the Gathering cards. Like, it's not a tribe anymore, right? If you look at cultures that we perceive as barbarians, such as the Vikings, they looked just as well kept as the Anglo-Saxons they were raiding. Right, but we're not making... Here's the big difference in what... Okay, here's what people aren't really understanding about the argument, right? This barbarian that is trying to be made here is not that barbarian. The barbarian that they're describing there, if they're saying like, oh yeah, well, Vikings or whatever. No, this is not a game where you're making a Viking. You're making a fantasy barbarian hero, like Conan, right? They might have been inspired by, but all that they need to say is these are fantastical ideations of what these archetypes meant in fantasy, right? They say that, and they don't say, hey, this barbarian right here, you're making one of the Goths. You're making a Viking. No, it's not that, right? Is you jumping between YouTube and Twitch messing with you? No, you're fine. Hey, what up, Phil? Yo. Yeah, druids are still in there. Yeah, I think they're hitting a point where we have to say, like, look, there are certain words which are racial slurs, and we don't use those, all right? We're like, let's get away from that, okay? But if, like, someone is mad that, like, you use the word druid because they have a granddad that was a practicing druid or something like that, at some point you gotta just be like, okay, this isn't supposed to be your grandpa, though. Like, that's not what this is, you know? Yeah, Primal Warrior in essence. Yeah. It's like, it's a fantastical interpretation of that, right? You just like Berserker over Barbarian because it's one syllable shorter. Berserker, Barbarian. Yeah, you got a point. I actually really like Fury. 1-2. Fury. But everyone's gonna go, oh, you mean furry? No. Fury. Anger. That's great. I like it. It's short, but, you know. That's the thing is, especially with, like, pulp fantasy, people are always going to remember Barbarian, and they're going to look at Fury and be like, why not call this the Barbarian? And, yeah. You know. There you go, Tin Can. Okay. Yeah, because they're not there, but that's the thing, is they're not they aren't trying to make the they're not trying to make a druid from real life. They're making a fantastical like idea of what this class was. But that being said, it's like this is just a shapeshifter, right? It's a shapeshifter. It's a shapeshifter shaman is what this is. And I don't know that I think they're trying to jam too many things into the same concept. Kind of where I'm at with that, you know. No one cares if we use cleric, but that's a Muslim or a Christian priest. Well, yeah, except whenever you use the term like crusader. I moved away from using ones like that because it was like, the crusade just, come on. I mean, it carries a certain amount of weight to it, you know. Okay. Now, how would you propose that they clearly differentiate the history with the archetype? Just say it. Just say, like, these are fantastical archetypes. They may have inspirations from the real world, but they are not representative of views of any of these people in the real world, right? Like, no, these are terms that were used to define archetypes in fantasy. That's all it is. All it is. And if somebody presses you on that, that person should find something better to do with their life. We've seen the pushback on this. We've heard it out. And at the end of the day, they're usually always bad faith interpretations, right? It's usually people trying to start shit about it. That sounds too nuanced to you? Yeah, well, yeah. It's like, there's... The thing that Wizards of the Coast didn't realize with the orc situation, okay, is like... The thing that they should have done in that is say, the orcs that are being defined here is within the setting of the Forgotten Realms, and this is their lore. This was not a supposed mirror or complete encapsulation to define the entire race or an entire race whatsoever. So no, that's not what the intent was. The text that we have in there will probably be reworking in order to better probably clarify that. But no, I think it's a very disingenuous thing to jump on and say racism, racism, racism. In the Hanazi situation, that was a different ballgame. The Hanazi situation was like, how the fuck did you make a monkey race and not treat that as like, we are fucking around with like hot ass metal here. If we don't treat this super fucking carefully, we're gonna get our asses handled to us. Right? Like, the Hanazi situation was so bad, I honestly think it was sabotage. Like, do I have anything to go off for that? No, it's just speculation or whatever. But that was so poorly handled. I think that it was either number one, sabotage, number two, intentionally created that way to stir controversy in order to get people talking about the books. Because did it financially impact them? No, not at all. It got people making content about their books for free. You know, I was one of them. You know, I didn't realize that like maybe this is the tactic that they're using until like a year after it happened. Then I was like, fuck. Now I think that they're just starting shit every time they have a release. You know. You saw the old print of the Hanazi? No, I've still got it over there. Like, I mean, what do they get? Like, have they? I don't think they've even done a reprint of it because Spelljammer didn't sell enough. What's a Hanazi? It is a space monkey. It's a space monkey species that has a history in D&D of being deckhands and a lot of the history that they proposed for the lore, they said that they were going with a Planet of the Apes inspired take on the Hadazee, but not really considering how that might have mirrored the Tuskegee experiments. It was not good. Yeah, the Paratrooper Space Monkeys. Yeah. It wasn't handled well, and more so than the Orc, it was a more direct mirror of how you could use game material or game mechanic to mirror real world racism at least. Yeah, if you have a race of like space monkey people, about the worst thing that you could do is mirror like real world like black history. That was so fucking bad. So fucking bad. It wasn't that like, lefties saw space monkeys and were like, these are black people. That's not what happened. Like, fucking at all. You'll get a lot of grifters who are going to be saying that, alright? It was the lore mirroring a lot of real world tragedies that happened to black people in America. And with monkey being a racial slur for black people in America, you can see how 2 + 2 is equaling 4 here, okay? Yeah. That one specific picture, yes. Yes, the race was busted. It was absolutely busted. But it was also extremely poorly handled. I think looking back on it, because Watsy's response was essentially just like, well, our bad. We're going to pull the art. We're going to keep moving on. I think it was just manufactured controversy. They'll change it in the next prints, but like, are those prints ever going to get made? No. I don't think... Spelljammer has not gotten a second print wave. If you guys want to check, actually, for me, the way that you can do that is... Show you how, because I do some print production, alright? So, the way that you can check is... If you look in the publishing page right here, right? The one that has the cover, and then they're like, haha, here's a little joke about that, and you look down here, you'll see the ISBN, right? So you'll see the ISBN, and then below that, you'll see a row of numbers counting backwards. This goes 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Ooh, that means that 3, since you don't see a 2 or a 1, that means that this is the third print run. I have this from the third print run, right? So, I'm really curious if anybody has one where the 1 is missing. Okay? Because if you do, that means that there are second print runs that got sent out of that. Just finished recording a 7-hour-long Knight's Tale. 7-hour-long Knight's Tale inspired adventure in the Shadowdark. Holy shit! Hey, welcome, Fables. Nice to see you. Yeah, if you find a second print run, let me know. I'd be super interested to see if they actually did pull the art and what they replaced it with. Have they replaced it yet on D&D Beyond? I'm super curious now. Did they? Oh, what? Wait, I thought I owned it. I could have sworn I owned it. Okay, I guess I just don't see it. Where do you find the print run page? It is, so whenever you open the book, you'll see like the title page right here, right? Boom. This one that has the credits, right? You go all the way down to the bottom, and then you'll see that row of numbers right there. That's how you can tell what print run it is. How do you check on D&D Beyond? Oh, man. Yeah, I was just curious if they'd actually replace the art on D&D Beyond. Have I talked about the new Mexican orcs yet? They're presenting orcs as like nomadic people. I don't like. I think that the like they're showing a representation of orcs. Okay. I personally, for me, I kind of like pig orcs because I just like the aesthetic of it, and I think it's fun. I don't know exactly how the Mexican orcs are pissing people off, other than what? Like if it's a critique because it's like that more cozy core shit, then like okay, then say that, but don't go like they made the orcs Mexican. You know, you do that, then it's like whoa, fuck, like let's slow down. Like what do you? Hey, hold up. Why do you think they're Mexican? Like, what? I'm just like, why do you think they're Mexican? Is it because they're in a desert and they have fucking falcons with them? What? Like, yeah, and at the end of it, who fucking cares? I'm like, if they are, then like, who cares? I know content creator Dwarven Dad loves the new yeah. They're showing a specific type of orc from Astara. Oh, well, there you go. Yeah, they replaced one orc discourse with another. Yeah, I'm like, I see it. Like, I see it come up, and I'm like, who the fuck cares? Who cares what they made their orc look like? Oh my god, like, I see some of these people that I'm like, aren't you like a 60-year-old man? Haven't you got like, I don't know, retirement to care about? What the fuck are you getting worked up about? Like, so if you don't like it, don't play the goddamn game. And also, if the artwork of them like that causes you to not want to play the game, boy, I don't know, introspection maybe. Yeah. Is your new favorite piece of the art? Like, to me, if you were gonna have a critique of it, what is it? D&D orc art. Do they show the new orc art somewhere? Anywhere? New orc art and inspires debate. Why the art matters more than you might think from Roll for Combat. Okay. Okay. So like this is the image. The only image okay, so the thing that I would say from this right here, Jesus, how many ads are going to be on this page? The only thing I would say from like this image right here is like, okay, so here's why they're thinking Mexican, right? Because they were inspired by Mexican fashion. Oh, like, yeah, okay. So like, yeah. The thing I would say that I'm looking at it is like, the hair right here looks modern. This looks like a modern cut. And that probably takes some people out. Maybe that's the case right here. You got a buff-ass dude over here? Great. Wait. Hold up. Nipple theory. No nipple! Proportions are all over the place. You sent me the new Hadazu artwork. Phil, I think that one's been in there. I think I've seen that one before. I don't think that one's new. I think that one is an old one that they just replaced it with. The axe in here is from a previous orc artwork. Interesting. A Weird West fantasy setting book would go kind of hard. You should go pick up Frontier Scum. Yeah, trust me, the Borg engine plays a lot like 5e, but it's just better. I promise you, okay? There's a game out there that's already suited for that. You don't need to do a 5e port, I promise you. They just substituted the minstrel one for the race. Gotcha. The what engine? Borg. Merc Borg. Here you go. Oh, Frontier Scum. Acid Western role-playing. Oh. It's very cool, I promise you. I promise you. Just look at how cool this looks on the inside. Whoa! What? And by the way, it's also like a way more realistic like power scaling for like Weird West than 5e's Super Fantasy characters. So like, yeah, and yeah, because you asked. Yeah, I was hoping that wouldn't fall. It's built off the Borg engine. Okay, so like, it's good. I promise you, it's good. Give it a shot. Okay. Is it as deadly as Merkborg? People over... okay, so the reason why Merkborg is deadly like that is because it's funny. It's dark humor, okay? So, like, Merkborg is a comedy game. Frontier Scum is built off the same engine, but it's better suited for telling Western stories. There is lethality to it, but like that's part of the intent, right? Does the world end in Frontier Scum? I actually don't think it does. So no, it's not a world-ending thing. It's your world ending because you have a bounty out on your head, and you have people that are trying to track you down, and you can't escape that bounty forever, right? So eventually something's going to come up and get you. Yeah, you're outlaw scum. You're wanted dead or alive. Oh. I promise you. Okay. So Mexican artwork. Look, if that even is the case, like, okay, why is that a problem? Is it number one because it's different? If it's just because it's different, then like, okay, well, then that old thing still exists that you like. Or like, you can just make the orcs look like what you want them to look like in your world. But is it because they put the art in here and you really want the art to look like what you want it to look like? Okay. I don't know what to say other than that's too fucking bad. Because like, they have an art director that's doing this, right? I can still say, like, I think you can be critical of this art, and be good faith about it. Where if we're like, okay, so much of the artwork for D&D is going into, like, it's just going into that comfy core aesthetic. If that's the case, then we're like, okay, yeah, guys, like, you know, I'm not really feeling, like, the action fantasy vibe from the art anymore. What I'm feeling is, like, everybody's constantly happy, cozy, and, like, living in this happy utopia of a fantasy world. And, like, that's... fantasy worlds, especially in, like, high fantasy action games, should have conflict. That's how we get problems, right? So, things coming into conflict should still be present in your artwork, right? I'd like to see some more, like, you know, violence in some of them, because that's what this game is supposed to be. But honestly, actually, you know what? Let me scratch that. It's their game. They're going to do what they want with it. And if you guys don't like it, you should be checking out some other games. You should, because there's other really good shit out there. Okay. This system is about to get extremely bloated down anyways. So, like, if you don't like it, go check something else out. Do that. Okay. This is not the end all be all. It's not. And if you're convinced it is, you're part of the problem. Wait. What problems are easy? What? In grade school. Yeah. Oh?
I've got pizza.
Hell
I
yeah.
don't know if you got my text, but
Yeah.
look what
What a
your
pole
girl-
fantasy game. Hey.
Look what your girl got.
Okay, well, these are different ones, but yeah, no, I dig it.
I got them when I was out with my parents. And then here's these. These are really good too. They're black licorice also.
Oh,
I don't know if you ever had them. They're just candy coated black licorice.
we'll see. Because I really like the, oh, yeah, these things.
And they don't taste different. They're just different colors.
That is so wild.
I know.
Yeah, because whenever I was a kid, I hated black licorice, and nowadays I'm just like, oh my god, I fucking
Great.
love it.
I know, it slaps.
And it's so weird. You say you got pizza?
Yeah.
I need a slice home skillet.
It's been in the fridge for a minute. That's probably a little colder. But I gotta go help the cat.
Okay. You had to go, what, the cat?
Help.
Oh,
the cat. I'll be back.
That's cold. Let's see here. Okay, if you haven't had Australian black licorice, woo! If something's ever gonna make you like black licorice, it's this shit right here. Oh. So weird. Oh, I've tried absinthe, yeah. Although I've also had Jägermeister. Oh yeah. So, end all be all. Well, the shit with the Mexican orc thing. With look, this is not a problem. Okay, this is not a problem. What this is D&D is going in an art direction that is bringing in more ideas with multiculturalism, right? So for me, it's not a problem of Mexican orcs. Is everything just going in a comfy core aesthetic for a fantasy game that features violence, right? These are characters that have weapons. They're not using the weapons. They're posing with them, right? Uh-huh. Oh, look at you, I got my axe. Now we know it's a fantasy game, right? Like, you know? Yeah, that's basically where I'm at with it. The problem isn't that they're bringing in inspiration from outside. Like, that these aren't specifically medieval characters, right? D&D is not promising you medieval fantasy. It hasn't. Like, maybe originally it was like, yeah, medieval inspired. When the fuck has D&D, wait, in the most recent Player's Handbook, have they said, like, this is a game of medieval fantasy? Correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah, it's like showing violent art, but the game is starting violently. Has the book marketed itself? Has the game marketed itself as medieval fantasy? Yeah, but I'm curious if the game has. I think it's only implied through the branding. Yeah, I've recalled high fantasy. Yeah, this game has been high fantasy ever since D&D 3rd edition. Yep. 3rd edition is where you saw the move away from pulp fantasy into high fantasy. And then ever since then, it's been the powers getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, right? So, what we have happening right now is there are some people who are trying to use the justification that D&D is medieval fantasy to say why we can't bring in multiculturalist ideas, right? D&D is not medieval fantasy. It hasn't been for a long time. I don't know of the last time it was described as medieval fantasy. So, like, yeah, in the history, yes. So one of the other things to kind of wrap your mind around is, like, if this is a reaction to the idea that D&D is no longer medieval fantasy, okay. Then, like, I'm sorry, but it's evolving, and there's other games that just do medieval fantasy that you can go and play. And you probably do, right? If you're gonna, like, especially anybody that would pull this video up and bitch about it and react to it on stream or some shit like that, there are other games that you can and probably will go and play that are sticking really close to medieval fantasy, right? Yeah, probably solely European fantasy. Isn't that pretty much the ethos of Castles and Crusades? or Castles and Crusaders or whatever. It's like, yeah, medieval fantasy. Cool. Okay, then go do that. Then go do that. D&D's doing this other thing. So, like, quit your bitching. Like, quit being a little bitch. You know? Like, they're doing this other thing. The thing you like is already being made elsewhere. It's so fucking wild to me. Yeah. Dude. Sometimes gas station pizza just fucking slaps. Is medieval still European? You'll always get people who are like, yeah, I really want medieval fantasy. And it's like European fantasy. And then they're like, well, except we want samurais now because I really like anime. And it turns into weeb fantasy. Okay? So like, there is a blend, and this is, God, I'm sorry for those of you that feel called out right now, but I'm actually not sorry at all. So I'm going to call this weeb fantasy, okay? Weeb fantasy is that person who really fell in love with Tolkien in high school, and also anime, and to them, the only type of fantasy that they'll accept is medieval fantasy with a slight bent of like samurai swords and shit, right? Like that's weeb fantasy, okay? This was basically the reason for the Oriental Adventures. No, wait, was that it? I can't remember what the hell the book was called. So that book got made because it was like, oh yeah, we really want a lot of, you know, the anime shit in our like D&D now. Oh, sweet, we'll bring in that influence. And apparently that's okay. Feudal fantasy, there you go. Yeah. A thousand times folded Nippon steel, but they call it Excalibur. Oriental Adventures was a 3 ebook. Okay. Wait, did I say like 2nd edition or something? Essentially what Break is? I thought Break was unambiguously a Final Fantasy, like, TTRPG. Do I remember all the stuff in the 5e DMG about how to rename weapons to Asian names? No. No. It was originally 2nd. Oh! Alright. You'd love an actual feudal Asian setting. Well, I'm gonna point you in a certain direction that you could even adapt this pretty easily to 5e if you decided to. It's actually just got, yeah, it actually just got nominated for an ENnie this year. Oh, don't pull it up on Amazon. What are you doing? Here you go. Oh, wait. There. Zoom out. There we go. I have heard of Coyote and Crow. Tianxia. This is like one of the most like highly praised works of like multicultural fantasy. I know basically the entire team that has worked on this is, I mean, you're talking like of direct Asian descent, right? Sometimes they are just straight up like people still living over in Asia working on this stuff for them, right? So, The Legend of Five Rings, yeah, it's been out there for a while. The Legend of Five Rings, I just don't know where the hell to start with, like, trying to get to understand the game. I don't know what, like, core book 1 is. Or I haven't been able to find it. You know? Yeah, Tianzia. This is a world building guide where you have a lot of people who are trying to draw in very specifically Asian influences to make a fantasy world, you know? Yeah. Now, Tienza. Well, people know what I mean. Rokugan was excellent for RPG digestion. Works with Pathfinder 1. Oh, there you go. Okay. So, back at it. Okay.
And whatever else you're doing with your rage and your class abilities. But that wasn't the only thing we improved. We also, in the mindless rage feature, we made it so that the charmed and frightened conditions aren't just suppressed by that feature, they're now ended by it. So the berserker can now just say nope to being charmed or frightened, because again, their rage is just that powerful.
My critique there, all barbarians should have gotten the ability to do that. In 5e, one of the most detrimental things one of the most detrimental conditions you can suffer that isn't just straight up death or paralysis is being frightened. If you're trying to be a frontliner and you can't willingly move towards the source of your fear and you have disadvantage on your attack rolls against it, that is actually very, very significant. The thing that barbarians would have really, really liked is that all barbarians got that at, like, let's say 8th level. It's significant. That is big. Big. Big enough of a thing to improve their overall playstyle. Where is the Berserker getting that? 3rd level?
Rage and your class abilities. But that wasn't the only thing we improved. We also, in the mindless rage feature, we made it so that the charmed and frightened conditions aren't just suppressed by that feature, they're now ended by it.
It should just be part of, no, actually, this should just be part of rage. At least, oh god, that's if I have that critique. God, it's I don't know, man. I think Barbarian could have used so much more. Oh my god, black licorice and pizza. Fucking good night. Rage. See, their level 1 is an entire page. How is it supposed to go on a character sheet? Where is it supposed to go? Come on now. It should have been part of Rage. It should have. Yeah. It's digital. True, yeah. They're trying to count on you, yeah, they don't want you to have to track it. They want it to just be able to be put into a VTT. They really are trying to make World of Warcraft here. These features are just too bloated out, man. Mm. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Danger Sense is actually so good, I would have moved that up to 7th level, and I would have given them Charmed and Frightened immunity on all barbarians while you're raging here at 2nd. At least Frightened. At least Frightened. Frightened kills your positioning. It just does. Defensive, maybe. Unique rage mechanic. If I'm remembering their scaffolding right. 6th level was usually a defensive feature?
So the Berserker can now just say nope to being charmed or frightened, because again, their rage is just that powerful. And then we also took the Berserker's retaliation ability that used to be at 14th level and moved it down to 10th level, because we wanted
Should have moved it to 3rd. I'm just being real here. You should have moved that to 3rd.
you to have that fun of doing retaliatory strikes sooner in your barbarian career.
You should have moved it to 3rd. Oh.
And then we took in...
Wait, how did they do that? I'm just seeing World Tree. I don't see Barbarian, Berserker or anything. Oh, God. Berserker Barbarian was arguably the worst subclass in the entire game for all of 5e. So what are they doing here? Wall Rage is active. Okay, wait, what was their 6th level feature? Was that Mindless Rage?
That's that way. It's about, how much are you willing to take for some spectacular feats of martial prowess and whatever else you're doing with your rage and your class abilities. But that wasn't the only thing we improved. We also, in the Mindless Rage feature, we made it so that the charmed and frightened conditions aren't just suppressed by that.
They talk a lot about the player's fun stopping the GM or the DM, like a video game player. They do talk about the fun shared between the DM and player. You have to take on the experience of TTRPGs. Oh, do they talk about the fun? Right. Yeah, there's a whole lot of this, like, it's really fun to do this and, like, thwart the DM or do whatever. And, like, I'm like, is that the philosophy here? Like, oh, you guys thwarted me. Like, no, like, who the fuck? No. I think that the GM should be an impartial mediator, right? Like, that's where it's more fun to be. If you can, like, feel like you're a cheerleader for the players and not have to hide it, right? They do kind of, like, push it as a feeling of the players are getting to, like, get one over on the GM. And that, like, really, to me, goes against the ethos of, like, even doing TTRPGs. That is, like, one of the most movie-esque slices of pizza. You see that?
That feature, they're now ended by it. So the Berserker can now just say nope to being charmed or frightened, because again, their rage is just that powerful. And then we also took the Berserker's retaliation ability that used to be at 14th level and moved it down to 10th level, because we wanted you to have that fun of doing retaliatory strikes sooner in your barbarian career.
So what is it? Mobility and utility is what you're getting out of this barbarian at 14th level. I don't know if this is making it in the same. You can briefly travel along the world tree when you activate your rage, and as a bonus action while it's active, you can teleport up to 60 feet to an unoccupied space that you can see. So you have 90 feet of movement speed. No, 100 feet. This one gets 100 feet of movement speed at 14th level. As a bonus action, so this is incredibly good. But so if it's just a utility, then that's not going to make people like lose their shit. This is so good. It is incredibly good. But people really lose their shit over like Final Fantasy limit breaks. This is not a limit break. It's a crazy teleportation feature. And there's already a lot of subclasses that get that too, you know. Okay. You can activate the push or topple property. What does that mean? So you can activate that property? I'm just thinking that's the wording? Is that what we're going to be using? I'm copy pasting this just to have a wording sample here. Here we go. Is the wording between the first and second paragraphs kind of confusing? What with this? You can use this thing whenever you rage and as a bonus action while the rage is active. You can teleport up to 60 feet to an occupied space that you can see. And then, once per rage, you can actually like teleport other creatures with you right here. They have to be willing, you know, but yeah. And up to 500 feet. So this barbarian just doesn't give a fuck about dungeon traps anymore. I mean, that's what that 14th level means. But like, whatever. I don't like. I'm never playing up that high. I personally like to keep that in mind whenever I'm designing for this. But like, I'm also just kind of tired of making that argument about any 5e discussion. So like, that's what that's gonna be. Yeah, needing that sense of the battlefield scale. Look, this is no different than 120 feet. Like on most battlefield maps, this is nothing. Like this is just like, okay, that's a bigger number. This could be 1 mile, and I would react the same way as 500 feet. You know. In combat, you get off the map. Okay, so now what do? I guess we go and we draw another map on the fucking coffee table. Or like I don't know. Yeah, it's just I guess that's what happens. Okay, so we've seen high utility. Maybe mobility? What is the Berserker getting for its 14th? Because this just became an offensive feature. And it's offensive for the world tree. Whenever a creature you can see starts its turn within 30 feet of you, you can use a reaction to summon spectral branches of the world tree around it. Okay. Teleported to an unoccupied space you can see within 5 feet of yourself or the nearest unoccupied space you can see. Okay. Surface or liquid that can support it, otherwise it doesn't teleport. Is there a size restriction? There's not. Wow. Okay. What do you got?
And then we took Intimidating Presence, which used to be at 10th
Oh,
level.
God.
We moved it up to 14th, and we didn't just move it up, we also made it way more powerful. Previously, Intimidating Presence had you target just one creature and try to freak them out. Now, in contrast, it's as many creatures as you want within 30 feet of you, and it's just a bonus action to do it.
Perfect.
As you try to strike terror into a bunch of creatures around you, and because it's just a bonus action, it means you can also still do your attacks or whatever else you're doing with your action on your turn. All of these revisions combined make the Berserker an extremely formidable.
Can anyone confirm to me if that ignores immunity? If that does not ignore immunity to the frightened condition, this is nothing. Because at that level, everything that's like a CR 14 and above are immune to being frightened. I brought this up in my initial critique. They did this change, and I personally looked at it and I was like, we could just get rid of this, and I'd still feel like Berserker just being the I hit shit hard Berserker feels good. Frightening Presence being kicked at later, terrible. Terrible. Yeah, it's baby minion control at high level and that's it. Yep. Yeah, this was my initial problem whenever number one, whenever we first saw it in the D&D 5th edition version. It's a feature that is so weirdly restrictive on how it's used. Now, then they opened it up, and at this point, you screaming so loud that you scare something at 14th level just doesn't really pass the muster. There's so many other things you could have been doing at this point. I would rather, honestly, if I ever got to a point of maybe this thing fucking slaps and I need to just give up all hope on playing any game ever whatsoever other than D&D 2024, a world in which I highly doubt ever really coming to fruition, but in that world where that's the case, I would completely replace this 14th level ability with just a straight up you deal an additional 2 damage whenever you're raging. Your rage damage bonus increases by 2. I don't know anything else other than that. The frightened lockdown like that, it just is not effective. It's not. You do have, someone was saying, the minion control. You've also got wizards and sorcerers that are capable of doing that, right? The barbarian doing this and get the minions off me, raw, whatever. That barbarian doesn't care. That barbarian's got cleave on a fucking battle axe, and they're gonna just cleave minions in half. That's the way the barbarian controls, is they go in there and they fuck shit up, right? The best form of control, by the way, best form of crowd control isn't paralysis, isn't petrification, it's death. Okay, it turns out it's death. So if the barbarian can go in there and just melt shit with their battle axe, them focusing down the BBEG isn't really the big deal here. That's not a good trade-off for why this needs to be frightened only, right? So, insofar as the way that 5e's tactical, I guess, strategy, grid, meta, whatever you want to say is, this, bam, there we go. This feature is not good. I just, it is a situational get minions off me button. And Barbarian really likes to have minions on them, because that means they have more shit to fuck up. All right. If there was a way where it was like, hey, what's a good, like, don't give them frightened. Oh god, this is what's making it into the print book, huh? Yeah. If this does not ignore immunity to the frightened condition, this is still the worst barbarian in the book. Without even seeing the other ones, I'm just going to be like, yeah. Kaiser's rule and Marshall's rule, well, there you go.
Subclass, and I think now really earns its place as the iconic subclass for the barbarian.
That brings us to the Path of the Wild Heart.
Path of the Wild Heart is a beloved subclass, again, formerly called the Path of the Totem Warrior. It continues to have its associations with different animal spirits, but we've taken those beloved pieces and given the barbarian player who has this subclass even more
Please tell me, oh, flexibility, you can change the totem. You can now change the totem?
flexibility than before. In 2014, when you got the 3 different features in this subclass, where you chose an animal and the benefit associated,
you can do a ritual to change it?
was pretty much it. But we've
10
now
minutes?
made it so that for 2 of these features, you get to choose the animal every time you activate your rage. And then the other feature that gives you a more sort of always-on kind of ability that's not connected to your rage, you get to choose the animal associated with that feature every time you finish a long rest.
Yeah, that's a buff. That's a big ass buff. There's Bear got nerfed. If I remember this correctly, Bear got nerfed, but I don't remember what the nerf is. And I'm not gonna be able to pull it up here. If I remember right, so Bear got nerfed, and you being able to just swap. Boy, I would have thought every scene, doing this every time you rage? Oh, Bear only got 2 resistances. Yeah, they had to hit that thing with the goddamn hammer. Yeah. Boy. That is a good change, though. Oh, resistances that you choose. Oh. Whoa. No. It's not that big of a nerf. I didn't know that you chose them. I thought that was just set by the feature. No, that's incredibly good. Okay. And we're gonna leave Berserker over there just getting frightened at 14th level, huh?
We wanted to do this not only to give the player more choice points as they're playing a Wild Heart,
apparently.
but we also wanted you to be able to lean deeper into this fantasy of connecting with these different primal spirits. Because we felt before you were kind of, well, I made this choice but I never do again.
Yeah.
And we really want you to have this feeling of like, today I'm communicating with the bear.
Yeah.
But tomorrow I might be communicating with the eagle, or with the lion, or with the ram. We also changed the animal names because we wanted to make it clear that these choices are not connected to each other. In the 2014 Player's Handbook, we told you that if you chose, for instance, bear for one of the features, you were not required to choose bear for the other ones. But we found that even though we said that,
people still did
the
it.
same animal name showing up, often felt they had to pick the same one all the way through. So that's one of the reasons why we made it so that every single one of the animal options is now different. None of them repeat.
Perfect.
Yep, that is actually a very interesting little phenomenon. Yeah, so it's a change for just intuitive. I don't want to say accessibility. There's an assumption that's being made that you're trying to like not have them make, where they just suddenly see like, oh, well, I picked this one earlier, so I have to pick this one later. Oh, okay. And it's like, well, no, you don't. But instead of saying like, you don't have to make that change, or you don't have to do that later, just change the names of them later on. Yeah, there you go. Talk like a valley girl? Oh my god, Bear, what's up, my man? Crows was totes talking about you, dude. He's like such a drag.
So that it's super duper clear, you're in no way having to pick the same animal all the way down, because now it's impossible to. Now in the process, in addition to giving more flexibility, we also modified several of the options, and the options at level 6 got particularly improved. We wanted to make them more useful to you in a typical adventure. So now, for instance, if you pick salmon at level 6, you get a swim speed. If you pick panther, you get a climb speed. And if you pick the owl, you're going to have really good dark vision. And we wanted you to get some features at this level that would help you a bit more, particularly in the exploration tier of the game.
What do you know?
I am very excited for this new subclass. It is the Path of the World Tree, very much rooted in Idrisil and legends like that.
And the Path of the World Tree, like the Path of the Zealot, are both about the...
Yeah, I like this art more and more. Honestly, you know what's funny to me is like the people might be complaining about like, oh, they got all this modern shit, and I'm like, well, okay, you notice how white their teeth are? You think medieval fantasy characters would have like white ass teeth like that?
The barbarian turning their gaze outward to the broader cosmos. The berserker and the wild heart.
I do like the idea of that the world tree barbarian feeling like a cosmic barb. There's something cool in that. Oh wait, yeah, you can teleport yourself and other shit to it's Radon. It's motherfucking Radon. Yeah, it's just like the whole moveset is just basically like Radon from Elden Ring. Now, you'd have to reflavor it, sure, but like, yeah, that's super funny. Okay, we can fuck with that.
Both really lean into sort of the classic barbarian fantasy of primal power either within oneself or within nature, whereas the Path of the World Tree is about connecting to the world tree that in D&D, just like in Norse mythology, connects to all of the worlds of the D&D multiverse. Choose a single god to serve, a whole pantheon, or just divine power itself. And this barbarian, just as they could in Xanathar's Guide,
Path of the Erd
they
Tree.
have their divine fury, where they can deal extra damage. But we have done some redesign and enhancement in this subclass in the process of bringing it over from Xanathar's Guide. One of the big changes was to the Warrior of the Gods feature, which before basically just made it easier for you to be raised from the dead. And I I mean, just full disclosure, I am not a huge fan of when we make features that rely on you dying.
Yeah.
And so I had us change this feature.
Yeah.
And you now get a pool of dice that you can use to heal yourself. It's almost like having your own version of lay on hands as a barbarian, but unlike the paladin who can use that ability to heal others, this feature is a bit more selfish and is all about keeping this barbarian in the fight as they channel divine power and just keep going and going and going.
I would need to see what that looks like. That sounds fucking scary. Yeah. Yeah, I agree with the change, by the way. Let me say that. There we go. The change away from the, like, oh yeah, we were always going to be doing this with, like, whenever you die, then this makes it easier for you to come back. There's another reason why that feature was super, super bad. Is because you were getting it at 3rd level, right? And nobody was able to revive you for another, like, 2 or 3 levels. So, like, the earliest level that anybody could get Revivify is 3rd level. 5th level. And you as a barbarian were getting that feature that relied on Revivify at 3rd level, right? So the pacing of it was always wrong. You got the feature before you could ever use it. Or it would ever kick in for you. It was there for, like, I guess the party's gonna go take your corpse yeah, they carried your body to a priest or whatever it could do it, yeah. But, like, it was, I guess, you know, like, yeah, that's where that's good. Oh, okay, yeah. But the way I look at this is effective health. You are getting, a huge pool right here, actually. They said a number of dice. I am wondering how many dice? Can anyone confirm to me, have they actually shown off Zealot Barbarian anywhere? Like, did anybody actually get a preview of it yet? This is 2 weeks ago. So I don't know. Like, to be fair, it rewarded teamwork? Wait, what, the resurrection? No, it does not. No, it does not. No, all that's saying is, like, your buddy that can do this thing can do it for you cheaper. That's not rewarding teamwork. Like, that's just saying that your buddy that has this other feature over here doesn't have to blow a diamond to bring you back to life. Rewarding teamwork is, like, talking about what synergies you can do to, like, alley-oop with each other. This was things like with the dancer I wrote, giving other people an action. That's teamwork. Oh, we just really buffed the barbarian up. Better give him this action this turn, because we need to make sure that these buffs are as significant as they can be, right? The UA is more or less up to date. Treant Monk did an overview of what they did, but they're not in here. What's the most recent one? Most recent class unearthed Arcana? Yeah, can someone tell me what the most recent article was for the Unearthed Arcana? Like, where could I actually see some of this stuff? Oh yeah, Brawler didn't make it through, did it? You think Treant Monk was pretty underwhelmed by the dice pool, but didn't give any specifics? Barbarian was UA 8. Okay, so the most recent one that we have is apparently it. UA 8 is the most recent one. Wow. Okay. Well. Wait, so we know what subclasses are in the book, right? D&D. 48 Player's Handbook classes. Right, we saw this over on Twitter. Okay. So we have... Okay, Barbarian, Berserker, Wildheart, World Tree, Zealot, Bard, Dance, Glamour, Lore, Valor, Life, Light, Trickery, War, Land, Moon, Sea. Okay. Sea Druid. Okay. Okay. Fighter has got the weirdest mix, man. Battlemaster, Champion, Eldritch Knight, Psy Warrior. How bizarre. Yeah, I don't really know why they would have gone in that direction. Monk, Mercy, Shadow, Elements, Open Hand, Paladin, Devotion, Glory, Ancients, Vengeance. Conquest isn't in there. God, Conquest is so good. Okay, yeah, Beastmaster, Fey Wanderer, Gloomstalker, Hunter, Rogue, Arcane Trickster, Assassin, Soul Knife, Thief. They are really pushing the psionic stuff, huh? Aberrant Sorcerer, yeah, psionic. Draconic Sorcery, yeah, Warlock is getting Arcfey, Celestial Fiend, Great Old One, Azure, Diviner, Evoker, Illusionist. Huh. Okay. So they're getting away from the spell schools here, and it's like you're getting into a specialty instead. Which, cool. Yeah, I can get behind that. I still think the change to first is a little bit whack, but the third is a little bit whack. I got to go to the bathroom. I will be right back. Everyone, stay cool, alright? Okay. Monk should have been a psionic class. Oh god. I just oh god. It's such a very, very specific thing that I don't think really vibes with every fantasy world. Okay. Okay, that's what the barbarian's getting. Let's go over here. Oh, wait. Back. Barbarian.
Having
Jump scare. Okay, why is everyone so mad about the ranger?
Today we are talking about a very big topic. We're talking about the ranger, and we effectively have a brand new class with this ranger.
They keep giving them these modern haircuts, man. I don't like. I guess if that's the look, but I can't think of any like fantasy, like realm that would have done this. I don't know. It's the haircuts to me that kind of like take me out of the vibe of high fantasy, I think. Yeah, TLDR Hunter's Mark. Okay.
Yeah, it is super exciting. The Ranger, more than any other class in the new player's handbook, is a new class. People got to see the evolution of the class through the Unearthed Arcana process, and now in the new player's handbook, you will get
Yeah. They're all Zoomer haircuts. Yeah.
the brand new Ranger.
Oh, not these. Like these are normal. Like. Yeah, those are fine.
And every facet of this class has been revisited, fine-tuned. The class has always been widely played.
And he looks like he's wearing mismatched armor sets to get the best bonuses out of everything.
But in our satisfaction surveys over the years, the class has also been one of our lowest rated classes. And so the Ranger, along with the Monk, received major overhauls in the new player's handbook, with again the Ranger receiving such a major overhaul that again it's a brand new class.
Yeah.
Shall we dive in?
Yes, please.
Right away at first level, if you've played a Ranger over the past 10 years in 5th edition, you're going to see just how new it is, because everything at first level is new. So first off, you get your spellcasting now right away at first level. This is something we did in the Paladin as well in the new player's handbook. Spellcasting is a fundamental part of each of these classes' identities, and we no longer wanted these two classes to wait to get such a vital resource, partly because we also want people who are new to playing these classes to immediately get accustomed to integrating in the spell use that is a part of the hybrid nature of the Ranger and the Paladin.
Right.
These are the quintessential hybrid characters in D&D, going all the way back to 1st edition, that fuse weapon use with magic use. So spellcasting, it's at first level now for Rangers. Piggybacking on that, we also now have a brand new version of the Favored Enemy feature. And this feature now gives you the Hunter's Mark spell prepared all the time, and also gives you free castings of it a certain number of times per day. This is great because it means those castings will no longer compete with your spell casting as a Ranger if you want to do other things with your spells. Hunter's Mark
I'm like,
with you.
hey, look, you all know I'm inclusive as fuck around here, alright? I love my community. I love my LGBTQ brothers and sisters, alright? This is the most lesbian-ass D&D team I think I've ever seen. I think they're wearing the same armor as the person in the other thing, I think. Right?
Your
I think it's the same
spellcasting
character.
as a Ranger if you want to do other things with your spells. Hunter's Mark
Yeah, hey, that's how you know I spend my time around some like lesbians, and it's because I can identify it, alright?
is the way that you mark an enemy as your favored foe. It's going to make it so that you deal more damage to them. And if you're in a pursuit situation in your adventure, it means you're going to have an easier time of tracking them. Now we'll come back to this spell as we journey upward through the levels in this class because we're going to see that the new ranger then has that spell improved at later levels. But we're going to stay here at first level for now.
Okay.
Because also at first level, rangers get weapon mastery.
Yeah.
Having spell.
The like sexy human face on the dwarf body just caught me off guard.
But we're going to stay here at first level for now. Also at first level, rangers get weapon mastery.
Yeah.
Having spell casting with sort of favorite enemy as the piggybacking on spell casting. That's the magic side of the ranger. Well, we also now have weapon mastery. And this means that rangers, like all of our classes that are getting weapon mastery, will get to enjoy the brand new tactical options that the weapon mastery system provides. And because rangers have a very broad weapon selection, that means I think we're going to see many different flavored rangers just in terms of their weapon use.
Oh my god, wait. Oh, you're right. If it's a dwarf, hang on.
Improved at later levels. But we're going to stay here at first level for now.
Yeah, I think that's it. I'm like, God, okay, like no disrespect to the artist. Like, it feels like the face is just not dwarven. Yeah. Hey, what up, Ken? Oh, you're looking into D&D 5e after all? No, this is D&D 2024, man. What are you talking about? This is a new edition. What am I getting tagged in? Current free anime. Oh, okay, right on. Yeah, I mean, WotC can say that, but they're gonna have a really hard time actually, like, making an argument for that, you know? Yeah. Is it just a short woman? Because, like, if it's a dwarf, then it, you know, but if it's just a short woman, I guess, yeah. But yeah, if it's a dwarf, there is something so uncanny about that face on a dwarf body. I don't know what it is.
World is a really fundamental part of the Rangers
Human variant
identity.
with magic. Yeah, there you go.
The other feature I mentioned at this level, fighting style, has been upgraded since its 2014 version because Rangers are no longer limited to a sort of subsection of the fighting style options in the game. They, like paladins and fighters, can choose from the whole list of fighting style options that are now in the feat chapter of this book, and the number of options there is greater than the number of options in the 2014 Player's Handbook. Now, we also provided yet an additional choice in this fighting style feature. If you as a ranger player would rather your ranger lean more on the magic side of your class identity, you have the option of foregoing one of the fighting style feats, instead taking this option called Druidic Warrior, which is then...
Yeah, but it's too hot, yeah. There's something so weird about a dwarf with a sexy lady face. Like, you can do that with just anybody, all right? If you take a dwarf and you put a sexy human face on it, there's a weird dissonance that happens, all right? Paladin is magic melee fighter, ranger is magic range fighter? Is that... Wait, what?
I'm going to give you some druid cantrips to add to your kit. And we wanted to make it easier for ranger players, as we've done in several of the other classes in the new Player's Handbook, to nudge the class in the direction they want to go with it when it comes to, especially in hybrid classes, how much do I want to lean in the weapon side of my identity, and how much do I want to lean on the spell?
I like the style of this art for sure. Everybody's got glowing eyes? Oh, are they Aasimar? Maybe?
Spellcasting side. At third level, like all the other classes, you get your subclass. We'll come back to those after we've traveled through the whole class.
He needs a beard, yeah.
The ranger still has extra attack. At level 6, the ranger gets a feature now called roving, because again, they travel far and wide, and because of this feature,
Teach Pokemon to understand
to their speed, a 10-foot boost to be precise, while they aren't wearing heavy armor.
Here's my critique of this. Why did they not get this at 2nd level?
And on top of that, all rangers now at this level also gain a climb speed and a swim speed, because
why did they not get that at 2nd level? It's a great idea. Give it to them at 2nd.
Rangers are meant to be the people who are best equipped to explore pretty much any kind of environment. And we support that fantasy both with the class features that are present, but also through the spells. There'll be many familiar spells from the 2014 spell list, but people will also see there are some additions to that list, so it's a bit more robust. And now, whenever a ranger finishes...
Dude, this is dope. Wait, this art's fucking sick. Dude, like the goddamn toothpick and everything? Like, yeah, the hair's a bit whack, but like... Dude, this piece is sick. Wait, like, this actually feels like, yeah, action pose, goddamn, like, ranger. Like, yeah, you still have the zoomer-ass haircut, right? But, like, dude, the piece still looks like a goddamn, like, fantasy character.
To that list,
like,
so it's a bit more robust. And
look. Yes! More shit like this, dude! Please! Like, yeah, I actually feel like there's attitude in this, right? Like, I feel personality here. This shit's killer. I love this piece.
And now, whenever a ranger finishes a long rest, they can change one of the spells that they have prepared.
The haircut is pretty whack, but yeah.
For rangers, because it used to be that they had their list of spells and they could only change one of them whenever they would level up. But now it's every day when they finish a long rest, they can change one. So that's back at 1st level in the spellcasting feature, but I bring it up now talking about just the ranger's exploration side, because we made this change in spellcasting to better support the utility side of the ranger's spell use. Because the ranger spell list has more utility than it does have outright damage. And so because of that utility focus, we wanted rangers to be able to at least, change one spell a day, depending on the situation that's ahead of them, at least that they're guessing is ahead of them in the coming adventuring day. As before, the subclass features keep coming, ability score improvement keeps coming, up at 19th level, like all the classes in the new player's handbook.
Wait, does it? I thought you turned that into a feat.
There's Epic Boon, but they also now get 2 more expertise options. So the ranger is going to be even more skilled, even more of an expert than they were in 2014. And at 10th level, they get a feature called Tireless. And with this feature, the ranger, a certain number of times per day, can give themselves temporary hit points, representing a resilience that they are drawing into themselves from nature itself. And
yeah, that's a pretty fucking cool piece. Yeah, I like the corpse light going on. Is this the Beastmaster art?
Presenting a resilience that they are drawing into themselves from nature itself. And they also...
And yes, please, thank you, please and thank you for more old, grizzled characters. God, like, yes, I can tell, I can now tell this character has seen some shit. This character feels like combat hardened, right? Yeah. What are these green people? You're all here for them, but what are they? I think they're Azamar. But the blue eyes, I think, is just channeling them being able to see through like their beast senses or something like that. They're either Azamar. This is not a. That's not an orc. They don't have tusks. Plus, they're going with like a more like gray orc for the look. Maybe it's like another take on elves. Possibly. Yeah.
So have an always.
Oh my god! Wait, I heard about this. Didn't somebody say? Didn't somebody say there was some artwork in here that looks like Hillary Clinton? Hang on, I gotta find this just because it would be so goddamn funny. D&D art of Hillary Clinton. Wizards of the Coast accused of using Hillary Clinton as a reference for their paladin. Holy shit! Please, yes. I thought I might have dreamt this up, and it was just like some fucking fever dream. Okay, wait. I haven't seen the art yet. I haven't seen the art yet. You're gonna get my blind reaction here, okay? That's not no. Yeah. I'm not really like. I just see like an older woman. Yeah, I just see like an older woman. Okay, wait.
Oh God.
Wait.
Oh God. I would have never even asked.
With her,
Ugh.
okay, so this is really funny, okay?
Oh, what?
Wizards of the Coast.
Excuse me? Is this the Onion? Is this a real?
Okay, you ready? You ready for it?
No.
Alright. Your blind reaction. Okay. So there's Hillary, right? There's Hillary.
Mm-hmm.
Get ready.
That's supposed to be her, I guess?
Okay, see, exactly. I think it's just an old lady that just happens to be white and has a medium haircut.
This lady's prettier, her lips are different, her eyes are different. Like, there's a vague resemblance at best.
I love the, like, accused of you.
Let me
like,
see. Okay, scroll down again. Or can you put them side by side? That possible?
That's complicated.
No, it's not.
I don't want to do that.
Fine.
Okay. Hillary, Paladin.
The eyebrows are different. Go ahead. The nose is different. Hers is upturned. Hillary's is downturned.
Oh, and Hillary's lips are like super thin.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, her lips are super
People
thin.
are being really generous with this.
Yeah. Hillary's lips are incredibly thin, actually. Yeah, I swear to God,
This
it's like
is not. No.
there's so many people that are in this hobby that I'm like, have you ever? Do you all actually look at women?
My God, tell me about
like,
it.
I can see the similarities in the hairstyle and everything.
Barely,
but,
but not even, because look, the hair is long. There's like a ponytail and it's kind of short up here. And
oh yeah, there is a ponytail,
it's like
huh?
dark gray with a white, like light gray streak. Come on.
I just love this. Okay, I love this. I love that it was accused of.
I know.
Like they did something horrible.
Right.
If they did.
Right.
I honestly,
Is it a
if they
crime?
did, I think it was hilarious.
Yeah, because we know the one that they made her look like in that that third party.
Monsters of America?
Yeah.
Where it was Killery.
Yes,
yeah.
yes.
Well, yeah, and then they just straight up used like Stephen Colbert as like their paladin.
Yeah, exactly.
You know? If it look,
Whoops.
if they actually used Hillary Clinton for this, it's hilarious.
If they did, they didn't do a great job.
Yeah, I don't.
She's
that's not
way
Hillary.
pretty. No, it's not. I don't know. I can't think of who she reminds me of, but it's not her.
Yeah, she does look familiar though.
Right?
I mean, then again, it could just be any
old
Martha
woman.
Stewart.
If Martha had like red lipstick on, maybe.
No, wait.
I mean, kind of, not really.
I've also got to be careful about.
No.
You don't think?
Maybe I can see it a little bit. Yeah, I think she looks more like her than Hillary.
Yeah. She's got the lips for it.
Yeah, they're better, yeah.
Yeah. Although you got to pull up Martha Stewart off screen because she did Playboy once.
Oh, that's funny.
Did you not know that?
I guess not.
Yeah, she did. She actually did Sports Illustrated too
good
at
on
like
her.
80 years old.
Good on her.
Wait, is she 80?
I don't know.
Just
She's
no,
up
wait.
there
How
now.
old is she? This is what she's 82 years old.
Wow.
She's 82 years old and she looks like
Damn,
that.
she's about to be 83.
Damn. Look at that.
Wow.
Okay. Like, yeah, go
Cute.
you. Go you.
Okay.
Can't show you guys YouTube.
Cute.
Sorry. You're gonna have
Yeah,
to go look.
I can see that a little bit.
So we're just getting mad at stuff that doesn't exist. Yeah.
Yeah, literally.
Paladin is very Cruella de Vil pilled. She's just got the.
Tin Can.
She's just got the,
Yeah,
look,
Cruella de Vil vibe.
no,
Yeah.
she's got the same streak I do, guys. Okay.
Oh yeah, she looks more like Glenn Close than Hillary.
Glenn Close.
Because she was actually Cruella.
Oh.
Yeah, not in that picture. She looks like
The
grandma there.
lips, I can see that,
Look,
right?
See a Cruella.
You know,
See?
you are not wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm just making sure that's all. Yeah.
Yeah, like look at this face right here. If she had red lipstick on there, that looks way more like her than...
Probably. Yeah.
She's got the lips for it. Her nose isn't pointed up, but still. Her
Yeah.
eyebrows are thinner, like the picture. Like, this is way more her
That's
cheeks.
just, it's so funny how, like, people are like, oh, wow, it's an older lady. It must be Hillary Clinton.
Right, my God.
I fucking love the accused of.
I know. So I read that title and I was like, excuse me? Okay.
I love how fiery fucking everything has to be. God damn, that's so funny. Accused of.
That's like being like, oh, because she's green and kind of has a regular face. If she had blonde hair, it'd be Marjorie Taylor Greene. Like that's it's that bad of a comparison to me.
What? I didn't.
Not you.
What?
Just in general. God damn it!
What are you doing?
Throwing my phone around.
Okay.
Okay, I gotta go wash up and head to bed and blah blah blah. I didn't expect today to be that long.
That's fine.
You've been streaming the whole time?
What? Not all the time.
Oh,
no.
I was like, nice, damn, that's a streak.
No, I did Elden Ring all the way up to the final boss,
Nice.
and I am now I'm going through doing a research document on the D&D 2024 to get ready for class updates. But yeah, just kind of doing that.
Is
and,
D&D 24 as bad as Project 24?
You mean
Or
2025?
25, never mind, damn it. Yeah, never mind.
God, we
Hi,
should
Poppy.
we should just try to convince people to call it that. Yeah, we're gonna call this is D&D Project 2024.
That's 40 in it.
She used satanic adrenochrome rituals to make herself younger. Hell yeah.
Every Saturday.
Yeah, every Saturday. All right. What happened to Beastmaster is another thing that.
On ability that whenever they finish a short rest, if they have any exhaustion levels, the number of exhaustion levels they have reduces by 1.
Originally with the exhaustion mechanic, that would have been really good for Barbarian to get. In fact, I would probably just give it to them right around. This should be a fucking feat. Tireless should be a feat. There's plenty of people that would like that, actually. It might not seem like a huge quality of life improvement. At tables where they're really, really tracking exhaustion, that would be a fantastic feat, honestly. Yeah.
Most people have to take a long rest.
Oh, later,
to
Cat
have
Hup.
Their exhaustion go
See you,
down by
man.
1. But rangers, who again are meant to be the ones who are best equipped to roam across vast distances, their exhaustion goes away faster than most other characters. At level 13, here's where their Hunter's Mark spell starts to improve. So they already always have that spell prepared, and they get a number of free castings of it per day. Starting at level 13, damage can no longer break their concentration on the spell. Still have to concentrate on it.
What?
This is important so that the
That
spell
late?
can't stack with other things that also require concentration. Then at level 14, you get Nature's Veil, where as a bonus action, you can, again, drawing on the...
Wait, that's the only part of the feature? Summoning salt music is choice.
Primal magic that you draw on as a ranger just poof, become invisible. It's sort of a
Okay, I'm just gonna throw this out there. Hang on. Don't get mad at me yet. There you go. What people want is to be able to use other spells in tandem with this, and you're kind of like locking them into one spell to use all the time in order to get a single class feature. Hunter's Mark in 5e is not that good. It is not that good. It is a pretty decent spell, but for early on, giving it to it like this, you can cast Hunter's Mark. You don't even need to track how many times you cast it. It doesn't require concentration, but you can only have one casting up at a time. Let it do that. Let it do that. Like, why not? What's the... I want to actually hear... okay. If I was on the design team, what I would want to hear is, why isn't it this? What is the problem with it being this? Because it like... I don't know why it can't just be infinite castings instead of making people track it. If it's a spell, other people got to track it. Hunter doesn't. Oh, sick. All right. What else can we give you? Honestly, don't even worry about that spell casting at first. You don't. You really don't. You can move it all the way to second. You gave me Hunter's Mark, infinite castings right here for free. Cool. Now I'm learning how to cast spells right here. I get my weapon mastery thing. That's pretty cool. Also, give me roving. Ooh, sick. Oh, that feels great. Multi-classing? They still only have the one casting of this that they can get. It's like, what, they're going to take this, go over, get Hex with the Warlock, and then be able to just, like, whatever with it. Then what you do is you make this to where, like, it requires concentration, but, like, you can cast casting concentrate on one other hunter spell at the same time. Like, if it requires, yeah. Okay, so here's what you do. But you can cast, well, one other goes, yeah, Hunter's Mark, infinite castings at first level, by the way. I don't remember how it, no, it only scaled up with time, right? Yeah. So, like, skills, it doesn't, yeah. So we do that, right? So then, requires concentration, but you can concentrate on one other hunter spell at the same time. Concentration can't be broken as a result of taking damage. That's what people want. They're not going to be happy unless it's what you give them. Like, that's what the people really, really want. Are these going to be my homebrew rules for running D&D 2024? Fuck no, I'm not running D&D 2024. I can't stand running D&D anymore. I also spent the last year and a half making a game of my own. No, I'm not planning on running D&D 2024 at any time. I do plan on designing for it, though.
A supernatural camouflage. The 2014 Ranger had the ability at higher level to easily camouflage themselves, but it required them to loop through hiding through specifically the hide action. Now it's far more supernatural where just they're gone.
Yeah.
And they are invisible. So it's going to be easier to use and be more effective as the ranger creeps around, perhaps stalking one of their foes. We also have at level 17 another upgrade to Hunter's Mark, where now the ranger always has advantage on attack rolls against whoever is currently marked by their Hunter's Mark.
Nice.
Level 18.
You can do that at 13.
They get blind sight out to 30 feet as they become almost like a creature of the wilds, being able to, even
You can do that at 8th.
even if they're blinded, see or effectively see around them. And then at 20th level, the damage of their Hunter's Mark increases. So it is now a D10 rather than a D6.
You can do that at 10th level and have it scale up as well. Or you could have that be your power spike and have it scale up at 11th and 17th.
All of this together, when you combine the new features, the enhanced spell list, the ability to use more of your spells as a ranger, means you will be the paramount explorer and sort of survivalist in the wilds.
Once you hit later levels, maybe, but the complete package isn't coming online for you till way later. Okay. Do concentrations, it just not such a exception to the rule? Huh? Just that your table is so used to D&D that they don't want to try a different system. Not all tables have that problem, mi amigo. Why don't increase the Hunter's Mark damage from a D6 to D8 if you use it as a ranger? Because there's so many other mechanical issues that are involved with it that you need to address those. There's mechanical issues making it clunkier. It's not just damage. An additional 1 point of damage on average is nothing fantastic. At all. At all. You could do that at 11th. So you do cantrip scaling, okay? You're getting it at first. So I'm assuming Hunter's Mark starts as a D6? I can't remember. I don't remember if it started as a D4 originally. It's been a minute, right? So, I would say Hunter's Mark, make it go infinite, right? In addition to, what they're getting with extra attack, also let it oomph up, right? So if we start out Hunter's Mark at a D4, D4 extra damage on average, not bad, not bad. At 5th level, a D6. Okay. At 11th level, it's a D11? Or what the fuck? 11th level, it's a D8? Okay. I don't know what I was doing there. And then at 17th level, it's a D10. What's that smell? Hey, Amanda? I don't know what that is. It's just the funkiest smell. Not bad, just man. You're never using it over Swift Quiver when you get it? Well, that's what I said, if you're doing this right here, where you're allowing it to potentially be used with another thing that has concentration, it's quite good. But we don't need to open that up until later on. I think that they leaned in so hard into the spellcasting identity and being... I don't think that their focus on accessibility is in the right area, honestly. Their focus on UI UX is just totally whack. I would really need to see the way that it's going. Go on. What do you want? They also had the chance to hire me a couple different times and they didn't, so I don't want to give them freebie shit until I'm actually hired on, right? Beastmaster, Fey Wanderer, Gloomstalker. And what was the last one? Hunter. Okay. So big changes are getting the spellcasting at first. All Gishes are getting spellcasting at first now. Let's just do this. All Gishes. Okay. Universal truth. Got it. Smells of BS coming from Crawford's mouth? I wouldn't go that harsh. I think Crawford's a nice guy. I just think that a lot of what's happening necessarily with the, I think that right now, WotC is kind of like they're kind of like a dog that caught the truck. Now they don't really know what to do with it. I don't think that the design team right now really has the best ethos in mind for what makes a healthy game. I think a lot of what they're doing is essentially, and this is just because, look, they got a lot of people on the team that are from Paizo, right? A lot of what D&D is turning into is more Pathfinder. You're getting a lot crunchier game. It's not going to be for me. I already know it's not going to be for me. It's not going to be for the majority of my tables. Most people that I would pass a character sheet that had as many first level features as what these guys are giving them are just going to glaze over on it. They're just like, the fuck, right? But if I pass them Shadow Dark or whatever, Shadow Dark, Vagabond, Merkborg, they're going to have a great time. That's a style of like TTRPGs, you know, that I like playing. I don't necessarily like the... Okay. For me, I just don't get a kick out of going into crazy, insane character builds and crunching out 4 pages worth of a character that I might not even get to play. It's just, that's not fun for me. It's not my thing. For some people, if it is your fun, great, awesome, you have that fun. But if I'm only ever using, like, a portion of the first page of my character sheet and I have 4 pages to the character sheet, there's a problem with the system. Oh shit, I did not even see the like to dislike ratio on this. Damn. Whoa. So we all agree to homebrew no concentration hunters, Mark. Jeez. Or the party doesn't need him till level 10. Yeah, Duke's right. Duke's 100% right. The entire package for the hunter doesn't come online until 10th level. I say hunter, the ranger, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, this is a bad design. They've already printed these books too. They've already fucking printed these books. How did this design get made? I'm genuinely curious. I'm just trying to piece it together. They did their crowdsourcing bullshit. I don't get why they thought this was fun. I'm really trying to wrap my brain around it. Yeah, never passed 8th level, yeah. What are we doing? We're doing research right now. It's the first time I've really gotten exposure. The first time I'm really trying to dive into what's happening with D&D 2024. Since I'm now committing to doing remasters and like facelifts of all of my old work. I don't know how this one made it through. Might have reached their deadline on time, then push the fucking deadline back. God, oh my god, this is... Okay, when you're working on a project like this, I understand there are a bunch of different things that might be out of your control. I can still say they should have pushed the deadline back. Whoever it was should have allowed them to push the deadline back. The shareholders should know better than to press them on this. I have spoken with shareholders of Wizards of the Coast. They do not put pressure like them on this because most shareholders are fans of these games and want the games to be good. There was a guy from Alta Fox who I was speaking with on Twitter about it. Most of the shareholders of Wizards of the Coast products are fans who like the product being good. And they understand, like, we need to kind of let this cook. We need to not be putting pressure on them while the design is in place, right? The anniversary deadline money, what they're going to wind up doing is they'll hurt their fan base worse by dropping an incomplete product like this is sounding. My god, this Ranger is not done. This Ranger is not done. It needed its core online so much earlier. Why didn't they just let it have free concentration Hunter's Mark? Okay, so there's a couple reasons why not. Okay? So, number one reason, they don't want it to continuously stack like what Jeremy Crawford said, right? For me, it's not even, like, the concentration free thing, I'm like, okay, infinite castings. Infinite fucking castings. Please, don't make me track additional spell slots. Don't make me track additional spell slots. You're giving me free castings of it a number of times per day. I'm going to say proficiency bonus, maybe? Or maybe it's equal to wisdom score. Or, sorry, wisdom modifier. If it's equal to your wisdom modifier, okay, it's equal to your whatever. They're making you track something else in addition to tracking all your spell slots. Resource availability. If you're trying to give me that many of these, just let me fucking use it all the time, okay? Give me infinite castings of it. Make it a fucking cantrip, please. Please. Alright? Are people going to be spamming this all the time? Those people that do are going to find that that's a really, really tiring way to play. Okay? No one's going to just be casting Hunter's Mark infinitely on everybody they can see in town because, what? No, that's not the way it would work. The concentration on it can't be broken as a result of taking damage. Please give them that earlier. Why would you give that to them at 13th level? Why would you give that to them at 13th level? Just make it to where they don't have to fucking track it. Make it cool. You'll be surprised how many things in a game start to really design themselves. If you have restrictions that are set in there earlier on, and part of the core class features are making it to where you don't have to do the obnoxious thing about doing the powerful thing. That is free fucking real estate for design. And like right here, if we just say it requires the concentration, but you can concentrate on another hunter spell at the same time, you're still limiting it to one, right? The concentration on this can't be broken as a result of taking damage. They still have the melee builds that aren't getting punished for going melee, right? It's just hunter being hunter being hunter, you know? This was a very easy feature to allow it to scale, right? Like, this could have been your core. Have the core kick online. Cool. They have this Hunter's Mark thing. They deal additional damage. This thing scales up. Sweet. There were so many other things that could go into this, though. The cool thing about it doing extra damage is that the attack is doing extra damage, which means this works with crits. This means that you roll additional dice on the crit, right? That's fucking sick. That's really goddamn cool. And a way that you could differentiate it from Rogue is that whenever you crit with your Hunter's Mark, you double the amount of Hunter's Mark dice that you roll for the attack as well. Like, make it crit bigger, right? Like, they're getting the extra attacks, or sorry, they're getting the extra damage on a thing, like Rogue gets extra damage on a thing, on a situational ability right here. Cool. So if I crit bigger with it, I've also got that cool little tie-in to the other nature primal warrior of the barbarian, right? Oh, God, like, it could be cool. Oh, it could be cool. The like to dislike ratio is going to really explain itself there. This ranger is not done. This ranger may be functional, but like, goddamn, I could just put nothing on my character sheet and still be playing a character that's functional. What are the... Yeah, just play a fighter with a bow, it's better for Joe Cat. Oh no, we suck again! God, that's an underrated movie too. Back whenever Adam Sandler was really, really fucking funny. The Water Boy. Go watch it if you haven't. God damn, that's funny. Mama always said alligators mad because they got all them teeth and no toothbrush. Oh, I fucking love that. They might not look at the dislikes in the studio. Oh, trust me. They do.
Supporting your party with your various abilities, but also being a badass on your own.
Perfect. That's amazing. Those are huge changes.
Again, it's a new class.
Yeah.
I mean, it is top to bottom rebuilt, and so much of that done in conversation with the community through Unearthed Arcana.
And heavily focus on that fantasy that you have. As if you are wanting to play a ranger, you're dealing that damage. You're wandering. You are the best at so many things that you should be the best at, and you also can have expertise in the things that you should.
What this keeps coming up? Why do they keep continuously saying yes? So many things that you know you're now the best at. This thing that you're the best at, and it's not. These are not points. These are not like. They're not talking about the game and the way in which it would play. Why this would be better? Why is this more efficient? Why is this more effective? We are not getting in-depth discussion about any of this shit. We're getting surface level yes manism, and like Todd Kendrick seems like an incredibly nice, sweet guy. Great, like, whatever. But, like, this is not an interview. This is not a discussion and questionnaire about what all has changed. What all is going on? Why did they do this, right? We should be talking about, like, okay, so what was the implementation behind this, and why was it that you made it you still require concentration on it? This has been a pretty contentious point about playing Ranger ever since D&D's inception. So why is it, knowing that this would be a controversial choice, you guys decided to go on ahead and make it? Why is it that Ranger is still getting options that are effectively kind of just improvements on the base character so late, while everybody else is getting improvements to like movement speed and everything later on? Why is Tireless, the feature that you're giving them, that late into the class? Why is Roving given at second and not, why is Roving given at 6th and not at 2nd or even 1st, right? Like, there's a litany of different questions that you could be asking about this, but like everything is very softball. So softball. Actually, I would also state all the weapon mastery stuff is too complicated to be put into base classes. Instead, I would highly recommend you make all that a feat. You want to take it? Cool. That's a part of being a martialist over here. Boom. But also, I just fundamentally disagree with the idea of weapon mastery. Or weapon... is it weapon masteries? I guess it is. That's the idea, right? It's a feat too. I would just make it only a feat. I don't know, man. You feel bad because it genuinely sounds excited and happy for this stuff, but it's just not good design. It's like, I mean, they kind of have to be happy about it, you know? Like, this is what this is what they get paid to do, you know? Right now, so this Ranger is the way that it's getting printed in the 2024 Player's Handbook. This class, as it is being described right now, is bad. And I mean, not in substantially bad. This is a bad class. There are steps that are being taken that are making it more complicated to play this worse than if they had just simply made it easier to play the class. Like, literally, all this right here is just make it easier to be the hunter. Make it easier to be a ranger. All of these suggestions I'm making right here are taking away restrictions and annoyances about playing this archetype. Instead, they added stuff on. They didn't remove any of the, they didn't remove any of the restrictions other than giving you free castings that now you have to track these separate of your spell slots. This is another piece of game design that kind of says a lot about what I think about the direction of D&D, where I'm just like, they are fucking majorly bogging it down. Like, it's more than just, it takes a long time to run it. It takes a long time just to look at your goddamn character. You know? Like, yeah. Not a big fan of this change. As you can't really tell. This Ranger is just, it's bad. Everything that's coming online, just the rhythm of the features is way too late. Way too late. Beastmaster, Fey, Wanderer, Gloomstalker, Hunter, without even looking into them, I kind of don't even really care, honestly. They're going to have the same kind of rhythm, I guess, going on with the cadence. Is this a Gloomstalker?
A Wanderer. How about we talk about...
Oh my god. Oh, these fucking character designs.
Yeah, let's talk about the Beastmaster, because not only has this class been rebuilt, this is effectively a new subclass as well.
Yeah, so the Beastmaster subclass, it shares the name with the 2014 version and the theme of the ranger who has this supernatural bond with a beast. But otherwise, beyond the name and the theme,
it's completely new.
It is a brand new subclass. And people got to see an earlier version of this new subclass in Tasha's Cauldron of Everything, specifically in the new creature options, because in Tasha's Cauldron of Everything, we introduced this idea of these sort of primal beasts that the ranger can bond with, the beast of the land, the beast of the sky, and the beast of the sea. But now you get to see that piece that originally appeared in Tasha's, now integrated in with the whole subclass and the whole subclass redone around that. And so now you have a subclass where you and your primal beast are this united unit.
Yeah.
You have this mystical connection with each other. You're now, as a ranger, going to be able to command your beast as a bonus action instead of an action, which means that you will feel much more than you did in the 2014 version, like you and your beast companion are working in tandem with each other. We've made it so that also this beast that you choose, because rather than it being a stat block,
Yep, tell me something actionable. Actionable. Okay, how? You said that it feels more like they're working in tandem with each other. Okay, how? What did you do? Will we just have to wait and see it? Okay, then why the tease?
you go fish out of the monster manual,
Yeah.
is one of these 3 stat blocks specifically designed for this subclass. We could make each of these stat blocks sort of level up with you, and each one have its own shtick, whether it's, again, land-related, sky-related, or sea-related.
And as you said, these level up. They gain power over time.
Yes, because they are a fundamental part of your power as a Beastmaster Ranger, and so we wanted to ensure from the inside, by designing these creatures specifically for this subclass, ensure that they are delivering the effectiveness they need to be delivering for you over the course of your career as a Beastmaster. All of it together means I think this is going to be a thrilling subclass, not only for people who have already played a Beastmaster, but also people who've not yet tried it out and had the...
When is the last time he has said a thing that was a mechanic that I understand equals a 5e like interaction? I just want to hear how they did that.
The fun of almost having two characters, because the Beastmaster is one of the few subclasses in the game where it's really about not only playing your ranger, it's also about playing your ranger's beast friend. And that friend can almost take on a role of being like a member of the party. The Beast Companion just keeps getting better with you. What you can do with it in terms of your commands improves, and it culminates with you even being able to share spells with your companion. So that when you like cast a spell targeting yourself, you can also have your Beast Companion benefit as well. And all of the improvements inside the subclass mean that you just over time become of your culminates with you even being able to share spells with your companion.
Right, so shared spells. That was what we had before.
So that when you like cast a spell targeting yourself, you can also have your Beast Companion benefit as well. And all of the improvements inside the subclass mean that you just over time become more and more of this amazing sort of two beings in total sync with each other, working as an exploration and fighting unit.
Okay, so does anybody want to tell me why I'm not feeling great about this? Can anybody tell me what the big problem with playing a Beastmaster is? What is the what is the big hurdle about this subclass? Let's see if we've learned. The entire time the 5e has gone on, what is the massive complication about Beastmaster? Because so if your beast dies, what happens? If your beast dies, so we say action economy, bloat. That's not the big impact, honestly. No. The worst thing that can happen is that whenever a Beastmaster's beast dies, that ranger doesn't have class features. They don't have subclass features, rather. So that ranger is worse off for taking the subclass because now they've got to babysit something else, right? This is just a poor play feel with it, okay? So one of the best things that you can do is like trying to make sure that the improvements that are happening to a companion class are impacting the character playing them, right? So like, yeah, go out into the wild and get newbies, yeah. So the thing is, you want to make sure that all the thematics don't design a Beastmaster around the idea that they will always be together. Design a Beastmaster around improving the ranger in a way that also improves the companion. You want to make sure that like the Beastmaster gets better and usable and isn't reliant on the companion in order to have its subclass features. If it's the one from Tasha's, at least you can bring it back easily. Yeah, but still, if it's even down for one turn, that's a turn where you don't have a subclass. It's actually 2 turns, because that next turn where you revive it, or what the hell ever, like, you're still clipped right there. Beastmaster had the free revive for your beast to avoid it. Yeah, well, yeah, like, they have that, but that's not really the problem to me. The problem is that, like, let's just say this: get rid of the beast. Just get rid of it. If we get rid of the beast, what's left with the ranger, right? That's the problem, you know. The MCDM beast heart, that fucking massively overbloated thing. I get snarky about MCDM stuff. It's so overblown.
You can't. He's like having a out there.
What?
It's like somebody out there is having like backyard or something, like guitars playing and stuff.
Oh.
Yeah. Somebody was in
Oh my god. Yeah, I only get snarky for their stuff because they're completely disrespectful of other 3PP. That's what I would say, yeah. The thing that you do with it is you improve the ranger, okay? The more and more that you keep trying to compile it on like, we're gonna make the beast better. That is not the way to improve this subclass. It's not. You start doing things like, okay, you give it a pack tactics-like feature. Ooh, okay. Well, if I've got pack tactics, and so that's thematic of working with a beast. Okay, cool. Now, if I've got it, my beast is also helping me in positioning there. My beast is an ally to me. Oh, shit. And my beast might have pack tactics as well. Oh, fuck. Shit, yeah, I can mount it. And then we both have pack tactics. Oh, fuck. Like, already, we start to see little buffs like this where it's like, we can make it better. And we don't have to focus so hard on making the beast good. Right? Pack tactics party. Yeah. What about the Beastmaster into the Build-A-Beast archetype? That's a level of customization that I just don't really think is helpful. There are plenty of different ways in which you can... There are plenty of different ways in which you can make a Beastmaster that is as useful with or without its beast. It's a poor playfield to just go with Beastmaster and only focus on improving the beast. So is this the Gloomstalker?
When the beast is enjoying.
Oh wait, make them share HP so they go down. What's the narrative on that? Oh, go on. What are you doing? Oh, well, it makes sense with a summoner. I actually really agree with that on a summoner, because that feels... There is that mystic connection. Whenever it comes to a Beastmaster, not really. I need my licorice. Hang on. Why does everyone keep saying packed tactics? This is like the third time I've seen it misspelled in the last 2 minutes. Have I read MCDM's Beast Heart supplement? I have. Yes, I have. I don't think MCDM has had reasonable design sensibilities for character options in the entire time of their operation. That's like the kindest thing I can kind of say about them, because like if I go any further, it starts to get into they seem to try to actively shit on other 3PP is the way that I would start, yeah, going in on that. Is there an... Hey, what up, Fred? Is there a narrative with the new class mechanics? There is, but the problem is they spread it out. Like, there is a good ranger in here, but it's not available until 13th level. Do I plan on making a summoner for Vagabond at some point in the future? Maybe. There is a good ranger in here. but they spread out its features way too thin. Way too thin. God, it's kind of rough. There are ways to fix it. Sounds like combat core. I was trying to remember the scaffolding originally. Scaffolding.
Hunter's mark that becomes dangerous. So this brings us to Fey Wanderer Ranger. This came out of Tasha's. This was really fun
Fey
one,
Wanderer.
because eventually in your roaming, you might have gotten some background radiation from the Feywild, or been under its influence, or maybe that's where you in fact come from.
Yeah, the Fey Wanderer is, along with the Gloomstalker, these two have wandered into the player's handbook with the Shadowfell. And so those two in Tasha's Cauldron, including Summon Fey, which was something it had in Tasha's Cauldron, and thankfully because Summon Fey is now in the player's handbook, the Fey Wanderer in the player's handbook can continue to enjoy the ability at higher level of summoning a Fey creature to fight beside the Fey Wanderer. Before you get this subclass, will be drenched through and through with Fey magic and be a wonderful companion to, and here I'll do it, I'll refer to the Warlock, a wonderful companion to a Warlock who has the Archfey patron.
Yeah.
And the two of you can teleport around to your heart's content.
Perfection.
Places of the earth, because you can also think of this being a ranger associated with the Underdark. And this subclass originally appeared in Xanathar's Guide to Everything.
Yeah, and I've always loved this. Just the core concept of, if you rely on your dark vision, you're invisible to them.
Yes.
Terrifying. You're the thing that the knight is afraid of. It's such a wonderful theme for a subclass. It's just chilling.
Well, and we've made it so that
dark vision.
Guide to Everything.
Yeah, and I've always loved this. Just the core concept of, if you rely on your dark vision, you're invisible to them.
Yes.
Terrifying. You're the thing that the knight is afraid of. It's such a wonderful theme for a subclass. It's just chilling.
Well, and we've made it so that...
I was trying to wrap my mind around it, how that was being phrased. What about the knight has made you vigilant? Yes, right? So they can teleport around like the druid, the barbarian, and all the other classes. Why have it become a thing? Okay. Movement and positioning became... it's always going to be incredibly good. Anytime that you have a strategic war game, positioning is incredibly important. This is why bonus action disengage is so good. So good. The problem is that most of the metrics in which we are measuring how good something is, we are usually only getting damage numbers, right? By the way, this is a reason why I actually really do like Treant Monk's style of analysis, is because Treant Monk still gives a sense of value to things which cannot be numerically quantified. There are too many discussions that happen around DPR, hit points, yada yada yada, whatever we can do, but still, Treant Monk is still taking in the idea of how good a thing is mechanically that we cannot quantify with a damage number, right? What do we got going on? What are we doing? Hi guys. Yeah, in a second. Okay. So... What was I saying? Oh, teleportation and everything. Okay. So, positioning is extremely good, but it's one of those things that, like, it's kind of hard to quantify. What we can easily show you, though, is, like, how many attacks you can avoid from it, and how easy it is for you to just get the fuck out of a lot of big area of effects or whatever, instantaneously, quickly, safely, securely, whatever. If something is allowing you to teleport as a reaction, it's already S tier. If it allows you to teleport, like, as a result of being attacked as a reaction, it's S tier. If you must take damage first and before you can do the thing, it's still so damn good. Not as good as if you're just attacked, but it's still really damn good. This is such a huge upset and what can happen to, like, an enemy. We're talking about them completely, like, losing their turn. It's huge. If they can't get to you to attack you, if you cannot get to their reach, or if they cannot get you within their reach, you are effectively immune to the damage of that creature. This is why flight is so good. And in this, movement has implications outside of combat that damage simply doesn't. It just doesn't. Damage cannot move you from one location to another. Conventionally. Okay, I don't know. Maybe we'll say, like, you can blow up a bottle of, or a barrel of gunpowder, and that's how you're going to rocket propel or something like that. No. We're talking about reasonable, like, why would I be able to move this way? Whatever. I have continuously showed a map. There we go. Too many are doing this teleportation. It's incredibly boring. Okay. I have shown this map off a lot, and I'm going to probably continue to do that until... I don't know. I couldn't think of anything. Okay. This one right here. Geysers and chains. I have researched the fuck out of this map, this dungeon so many times. I essentially have it memorized so I can run it at conventions and do whatever. The only things I don't really have memorized are probably like the treasures and like sequencing of things and yeah. So, but the room I want to talk about right here is Geysers and Chains. To me, what's the matter? In D&D 5e, if you are given a movement that cheeses this out, it is probably too good. If you're getting a movement that allows you to subvert this puzzle right here before like 9th level, that movement type or that whatever you're getting is probably too good for the majority of the game. Geysers and Chains. The ceiling is 50 feet above the levels of these platforms. The cave floor is 50 feet below. 2 spots in the mud are locations of geysers. You'll see in... Yeah, here we go. You see this in right here? Boop, boop. Those are 2 geysers that whenever they erupt, the whole room gets so hot that everybody in it kind of takes damage. If you're within a certain distance of these, you also might get knocked off of it into the mud. What happens if you get knocked into the mud? You fucking die. You're taking a lot of damage. So the northern one erupts every 5 minutes. The southern one erupts once every 3 minutes. The stone platform opposite the entrance is approximately 90 feet away. The discs are about 4 feet in diameter and 3 feet apart. Talking about these right here. Each disc is attached to its chain by a giant staple fixed in its center. The discs swing freely and will tilt when weight is placed on them. The discs and the chains, as well as the walls of the cavern, are covered with a wet, slippery algal scum. This coating gives off a feeble phosphorescent glow. Climbing the chains or the walls requires a successful DC 15 strength athletics check. When the geysers erupt, they reach nearly to the roof of the cavern, and creatures holding onto the discs or chains might be washed off to fall into the boiling mud. yada yada yada. This is telling you how much damage you're taking right here. If you fall into the mud, you're taking 8d10 fire damage. Fucking wild. Absolutely wild. At the level suggested for this dungeon, you can already cast Fly, right? Correct, except for something particular about that. Fly requires concentration. Anytime that you're in this room, if any of these geysers go off while you're flying up here above the mud, there is a damn good chance it causes you to plummet down into the mud, right? So, Fly is requiring concentration. Everything else in here, if I was doing like Misty Step, I'm popping multiple spell slots to do that. Okay, well, whatever. Then that can get me across, okay? Sure, maybe that's the way that we do that, okay? But we've popped multiple resources to do that. Unfortunately, for those of you that have played White Plume Mountain or whatever, you know that if you're running out of spell slots by the time you get up into here, this room is not going to be super fun. The druid can still go, right? Depends on if they're able to fly, you know, but then again, if they're able to fly, might not necessarily be able to, Huh?
Good night.
Oh, good night. Love you. They might not be able to stay up in their wild shape form. They're still, like, this is not insignificant damage. This is big. And for the most part, if a druid is wild shaped into that, or if the druid is wild shaped into anything that has less than this, and they get knocked out of it, and they don't have another wild shape use, guess what? They're plummeting down into the damn... Yeah. Well, yeah, I know it only loses the wild shape if it goes to 0. They have a limited amount of wild shape uses that they can have. So as a result of that, if they get hit with this, and they go down to 0, and they don't have another wild shape use, they're falling in the goddamn mud. Right? So, this is a room that I think is a pretty good tell for, like, before 10th level. If you have a movement speed that can subvert this room, it probably needs to get reeled in. Teleportation subverts this incredibly hard. And by subvert it, I think that a trap or a room should serve a couple different purposes. And if it doesn't serve this purpose, something's probably causing a flaw here. The purpose of spending some resources, creating an interesting interaction. So in using some resources, these can be spell slots, right? So they wait. No, like they use their normal hit points now on wild shape. Oh yeah, that's right. I haven't seen that yet, but yeah, if they get hit in that, boom, they just fall down dead. Like, yeah. So this is either using their real world supplies of hooks, chains, ingenuity, things like that, spell slots that they're popping through, right? Resources that they're spending in order to try and get through this. You know, that's the interesting part of the challenge right here. So, I think she's casting Featherfall. That's cool. So yeah, I highly recommend that if you're getting into character creation design or character option design, familiarize yourself with White Plume Mountain. There's a lot of stuff in here that is just great to run character options up against, and this right here, and specifically the Geysers and Chains puzzle, is my favorite thing to test for movement speed. To me, at least, if I've made a thing and I run it up through this right here, if it gets through it without a major expense in some way, I probably feel it's not good to have in the game. Yeah. Now, yeah, you should be hesitant to give out teleportation as much.
Well, I was a Gloomstalker on round 1, and then for the rest of the time I was a generic ranger. But now we've made it so that you will be able to use your Dreadful Strike, also psychic damage, because I introduced the Gloomstalker as, in a way, the foil to the Fey Wanderer.
Yeah.
And just as the Feywild and the Shadowfell are almost sort of opposites of each other, but they often both have to do with the mind and the emotions.
Yeah.
It's interesting that both of these subclasses, their extra damage is psychic damage.
And the Gloomstalker does a significant amount of psychic damage every turn.
With their Stalker's Flurry, because they're psychic.
Ranger. This is the
Hunter art's dope. This is fucking, dude. There's so much attitude to this. It's so good.
low magic Ranger.
This is in many ways sort of the subclass that is the baseline.
Yeah.
And what we've done is we took the version of the Hunter that was in 2014, took the best elements of it, and sort of remixed the whole subclass. So it too, like the Beastmaster, is really close to just being a brand new subclass.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Part of that is you get a brand new feature at level 3 called Hunter's Lore. And this allows you that while a creature is marked by your Hunter's Mark, to know whether that creature has any immunities, resistances, or vulnerabilities. And if that creature does, you know what they are.
Oh, perfect.
So you now are really good at hunting because you know, we shouldn't use fire on this particular creature, or we should use radiance on this creature. So this right away was a fun feature for us to create.
I swear to God, whoever the artist was on this probably just found like a picture of one of their friends. Like this is a barbarian that looks like they were done up, ready to go out on a Saturday night.
To help the hunter just be a better hunter. Then you get to the hunter.
Oh shit! Hey, Dragoon of Fury. Hey, thank you so much for the
Bad
$4.
design incoming about Gloomstalker incoming. Funky things happen between fright and invisibility, particularly with attacks.
Fright and invisibility with attacks.
Hunter's Prey feature, and here
what was
you have a
happening with it?
choice, just as the hunter used to have a choice in
Fright and invisibility. The pig looks very AI coded. No, it doesn't look like AI. No. No, there was a time in here where there was a piece that I saw and I was like, God, there's too many fucking like weird decisions that have been made in this piece, but I'm not like me making like an AI accusation or saying anything like that. It's just God, I think it's just so tiring now. No, this is the same character from another piece over here. It's not AI coded. It's just I don't think the piece necessarily pops quite like a lot of the other stuff that they've had. It's not exactly like it's making mistakes that we see AI really make a lot. This is not AI. It's not. It's just, it's odd that this Goliath has so many, like, it looks dolled up. It looks dolled up. You know that I can't make accusations that you can't do. I could make accusations. I genuinely don't think this is AI. There was a piece that was in here earlier that I mean, it's like, well, I could say that it looks like AI, but then like people, okay. Here's one thing to journalists out there, by the way, who would like come and latch on to like something I would say on YouTube and be like, wow, this YouTuber is saying this right here about it. No, fuck off. All right. I'm so sick and tired of not being able to just be a person online. Okay. So there's a piece of artwork that they showed off a little bit earlier. It wasn't anything in this one. I think it was in the crafting video. Where I was just like, that just, it looks like it may even be an artist trying to make it look like AI.
We'll do things in the player's handbook, but we also have crafting rules.
Okay, this piece, I'm like, to me, the things that look like AI, I guess I can see the symmetry in this now. It's like, at least in what I've seen with what like AI tries to do, there's just things that I'm like, I start seeing it everywhere where I'm like, what the fuck are these? Well, I guess it's a bunch of gadgetry and everything like that, right? What is this little thing here? I don't fucking know. I have no idea. And like that speculation just doesn't really help much of anything. I can tell, yeah, there's paintbrushes in here. So this is like an artist station, right? At least we can tell what is going on. One of the other things actually I've heard of is, what is it? One of the other things I've heard of is that some of the artists have been saying that like they were on like major crunches in working on Wizards of the Coast stuff. I'm like, fuck, man, really? Like, we gotta really talk to Hasbro or Wizards of the Coast and be like, dude, you guys should chill the fuck out. It sounds like everyone around there working on this thing needs some time to just sort of work on stuff. Yeah, I don't know. It's, yeah. Oh yeah, I'm still going. Oh yeah. I've got a, what's this thing under my keyboard? Yeah, I was trying to get some research knocked out on this and get things compiled, and then it kind of turned on me being really shocked with just how bad the Ranger is looking right now. Yeah, and by the way, it's not an accusation of anything with AI or anything like that. I don't think witch hunting helps. It's just like, God, now that like I have seen AI art and like, understand how AI kind of samples and fucks things up. Now I'm like, great, I can't help it. I see it everywhere I go now, right? It's so insanely frustrating. Okay. Ranger, so my thoughts right now, Barbarian, I think the Barbarian has kind of been a similar spot to what they were in 2014 version. Ranger is, God, wow. I don't know about worse. I don't think that Ranger is worse. I think that Ranger is a different kind of bad. They've had so many shots to try and improve this thing. If this is the way that this one is getting printed, fuck, man, D&D's Ranger is atrocious. What's the biggest weird change? I don't know if you got the 20th level yet. We're not worried about that. Over-reliance is a thing that you think I want there? They're too over-reliant on a mediocre spell. Cool upgrades, because something surprisingly at best. You don't know how they could have so many misses with Ranger. They're trying to please too many people and make a game for everybody, instead of focusing on making the game that they want to make. If they want to try and make a game for everybody, here's the deal. That is not an anti-inclusivity message to say a game made for everybody is a game that's made for nobody. Okay? You have to understand, whenever you're making a game, you need a goal. You need a focus. You need an objective you are trying to do. You have a project you are trying to make. And if you don't have sight of what you're trying to do, you wind up with a very, very hyper-sanitized, everything just looks very blah, very bland. Everything feels like they're playing this way too safe. And I think some of the only pieces I've seen where I'm just like, oh, yes, right? Like that one Ranger piece. This Warlock piece looks hilarious. I don't know. The guy, yeah, this looks like an insane, batshit crazy gnome or something like that. The fighter piece is dope. It is dope. I don't get the wizard piece. It feels like a Marvel hero, you know. Yeah, it's just. Wait, didn't Miyazaki say that like 3 weeks ago? It's a pretty famous saying. A game made for everybody is a game made for no one. I'm trying to remember who originally said that, but no, I don't think it originated with Miyazaki. Let's turn off my book light. Looks like Count Dracula from Sesame Street. Yes! You just mean the Count. He does, he even has the Count's goatee. That's funny. Or a little beard. Yeah. Anything okay. Is there anything I should take a look at as like my last thing for the night? Did I see the wild shape change? No. Also make my own ranger class for 5e Taron and release it under Creative Commons. I've already done that. I already did a 5e remake of a ranger, or a revision. Would I do one for this one? Maybe. Here, if we get my Patreon sponsors up about $500 a month, I'll do a Ranger remaster. How about that? My number one thing is I never thought that Ranger needed spellcasting, and that sets people off because they really want Ranger to be a very particular thing. And I'm like, all right, well, here you go. I'm going to make a game in which this has no preconceptions over here. Here's the Hunter in Vagabond. And people seem to really dig it. So, yeah. Let me see. New wild shape.
Today we are talking about the Druid. There is a ton of new in the Druid.
We took to see as a part of the UA.
Oh, they blurred all this out.
And the new starts right at first level in X. And you're going to get an extra cantrip, and
hey, we have a nipple. We got 2 nipples here.
Also gain a benefit when making intelligence, arcana, or nature checks. And this benefit is getting to add your wisdom modifier to those checks. So in a way, you're getting to use 2 ability scores when you make those checks.
Oh, wow, okay.
Because
so they stack.
They stack. So like if you're a magician druid and you make an intelligence nature check, you're adding both your intelligence modifier and your wisdom modifier.
Oh, that's amazing. I love that.
Yeah.
And that's really focusing in on the fact that this is a druid who is all about not only nature magic, but knowledge about the natural world and about magic itself. At first level, we've also enhanced the druidic feature. This feature used to
do nothing?
Teach you the secret language of druids, which is called druidic. But this now also gives you speak with animals, because we wanted to, right there at first level, we wanted druids to have an easier path to doing this very iconic thing for druids, which is conversing with critters. And in the art for this class, you see a druid there happily surrounded by all of his animal.
I feel like part of the reason people are opposed to removing spellcasting from the Ranger borders in the area of why play Ranger when you can just play Fighter or Rogue. I think if you make it interesting enough, you don't need spellcasting.
Friends. Now, the spellcasting...
God, also, like, if people are going to be that reductive about literally everything all the time, it's like... You can't... Like... Somebody who's just looking to be reductive like that... Their critique is not really worthy of consideration. I'm just being real. Usually whenever I ask people like that, okay, what can I do that's actionable about that though? What can I do with that? And yeah.
Feature.
I've done a lot. I have done so much playtesting, feedback rounds, and everything with Vagabond now. I can fucking diagnose exactly what's going on in a motherfucker's mind whenever they give a certain piece of feedback back.
Is also still at first level for druids, and the druid spell list, like all of our spellcasting classes, has been reviewed, expanded, and this list benefits from the additional spells that are in this player's handbook.
Did they get rid of reincarnate?
At second level, the new keeps coming because we have
The Ranger on Lord of the Rings casted spells edition in D&D 2.
majorly improved wild shape, which is such an iconic feature for druids. This ability to harness primal magic to adopt a beast form. So right off the bat, the major enhancement here is all druids can now wild shape as a bonus action. Right. This used to be a feature that belonged to the Circle of the Moon subclass, and we wanted to make it easier for all druids, regardless of subclass, to transform into a beast should they decide to use their wild shape in that way.
Well, that's huge.
And this leads in how I phrased it into the other new thing at level 2, which is the wild companion feature, because we also wanted to give people other things to use their wild shape on. Wild shape, of course, is fun to use to turn into animals, but sometimes a druid player doesn't want their druid to be turning into animals, and so we wanted to give you other things you could use your wild shape for, and wild companion right away gives you that, and that allows you to use one of your uses of wild shape to cast the Find Familiar spell, because we wanted to make it easier for druids to have a critter friend with them. This is a feature that we introduced in Tasha's Cauldron of Everything, but it is now migrated into the core so that now all druids have this option. Perfect. Now, there are other...
They haven't brought up reincarnate changing as far as I'm aware. Oh, I'm just really, I'd be really surprised if it made it into the book. So the reincarnate change, reincarnate is one of the only ways in which your character's race can change. And there have been like multiple kind of like D&D horror stories about people forcing reincarnate on their players or whatever in order to change their... What are you doing? What do you want? What are you doing? Are you just hearing the fireworks and freaking out? I think she is. I also think I'm exhausted. So... Oh, I don't think it needs to be an action necessarily. It's just interesting to see that everyone's getting this. It's good. Really good. Hang on. You just came in here. Okay. Okay. And back, how go? We're doing good, we're doing good. So... Is she... Amelia, go on. What are you doing? She wants me to go to lay down. Okay. Let's see here. So, reincarnate, it's one of the only ways in which you can, it's sort of like a, I don't know, like a belt of gender changing or something. You're changing an aspect of a character's identity that to some people it means quite a lot. Others, they're going to take that and just kind of be like, oh, okay, well, that's what happens right now, right? Yeah, because they trust each other. Yeah, so, like, it's a spell that unfortunately has led to some cases of, like, people being dicks, or, like, yeah. What was all that movement back there? What? Amelia's been in and out trying to like get me to, I don't know, let her, she wants me to go to bed is the thing. Oh man. Okay.
Enhancements inside wild shape. in addition to it now being a bonus action for all druids, we have also now made it so that druids can continue to speak while they are in a wild shape form.
Yeah.
Because we've really embraced the fact that when a druid adopts a wild shape, they're not literally an animal. They are this very magical person, this druid, who is simply appearing in an animal form. And so we wanted you to really be able to retain your character a bit more while you're in one of these animal shapes, so you can still participate in social.
Did my ass show? Oh no. No, there you go.
Encounters, even if you're there as a cat. We didn't want druids to feel like that when they shapeshift.
Oh, by the way, it's so fucking hard for me because, yeah, dog, do you speak? Oh, it's hard for me because I got apparently a tall ass crack and it goes like halfway up my back. Oh, there you go. All right. Now you all have to subscribe to my Patreon. Oh,
They're now
man.
suddenly excluding themselves from certain types of encounters. As we go up in the levels with the druid, you're going to keep seeing new features because we didn't just add in that choice point I mentioned before in primal order at first level. You also then get carry-on options later on. So when you get up to level 7, there is the elemental fury feature where you again get to decide, do you want to lean more in the direction of spellcasting or in the direction of weapon use. Now, one of the fun things that we did here is this later choice is not determined by your choice at first level. You can actually mix and match. So even if you decided to go more the spellcasting route at first level, you could instead go the primal strike direction at level 7, or you could keep going in the spellcasting direction with potent spellcasting. Then at level 15, you get improved Elemental Fury, and this improves whichever one of those options you chose for Elemental Fury at level 7. Now, before both of those, there's another new feature in the form of Wild Resurgence, which allows you now some flexibility in terms of how you use your spell slots and your wild shape uses, where specifically you can give your...
Yeah, I just keep thinking this is too much stuff. Yeah. I am... It just feels overwhelming.
Yourself a wild shape use by expending a spell slot. So if you've ever played a druid and you've been in the situation where I'd really love to shapeshift again, but I'm out of wild shape uses, but I have all these spell slots sitting around, well, now you have the option of converting an unexpended spell slot into a wild shape use. But it also, once per day, can go in the other direction, where you can expend a use of your wild shape to give yourself a level 1 spell slot. Now, the farming...
Why am I bothered by this? What's my hang up on this? Hey, I'm thinking. Oh yeah, how many times can you do it per day?
Being spells into a wild shape, and in the situation where I'd really love to shapeshift again, but I'm out of wild shape uses, but I have all these spell slots sitting around, well, now you have the option of converting an unexpended spell slot into a wild shape use. But it also, once per day, can go in the other direction.
Once per day, there you go. Okay, yeah, because wild shape is short rest.
Where you can expend...
I was like, something didn't feel right with that.
A level 1 spell slot. Now, the farming spell slots for wild shape uses, you can just keep doing that until you've run out of spell slots. But the other direction of taking a wild shape use and turning it into a spell slot, that you can do just once and then need to complete a long rest before you do it.
Yeah, wild shape to spell slots is once per day. Yeah, it has to be. Honestly, just don't give me that. You keep... this is why I hate spell slot so much. I hate tracking. I hate tracking in a TTRPG. If you can keep removing it, then like, cool, please let me do that, right? I have so much more fun whenever I'm just allowed to like do the goddamn goofy ass romp of a TTRPG. And if my character sheet is making me feel like my character is a nuclear reactor that I am operating, or like a, you know, spaceship dashboard, or what the hell ever, there's a level of crunch in which I no longer feel like I'm playing a fucking storytelling game. I'm just like, yeah, and I've played a lot of TTRPGs now, guys. A lot. It is now my job to be a TTRPG dude, okay? it is my job to go through these games and analyze. Ooh, people are going to want to know about this thing right here that I really like. Sick. So, like, how do I eloquently express that in a way that laymen will understand it, right? And, like, understand why I like this thing. And maybe go and pick it up, even if they don't like the biggest thing in the room right now. These guys over here, right? How do I do that? What is my thing? And my thing I keep coming back to with D&D, all the, like, D&D 2024, is it just sounds like too fucking much. It sounds like they're trying to make these characters that are like they're trying to give you a bevy of options to make these characters so extremely interesting and deep and nuanced, and like make sure that every single action has a bunch of other qualifiers attached to it to make it to where like you get the most out of every action, every punch, every gut. And I'm like, do we really need that? Is that more exciting? Is it? Cause like yeah, it's going to be deadass impossible to play this with a physical sheet. Look, if the features that are coming out are like a page and a half long for your first level on an 8.5 by 11 page, guys, you gotta start trimming your text. Look, here's a. Hello there. Hey, what's up, Chronic? Alright. Story time. No, I'm kidding. I'm not doing that. Curse of Strahd. I've been going through here for the last 2 weeks and doing highlights. Really a thorough analysis of a new copy of this book that I am doing my critique. I am leaving post-it notes, yada, yada, yada. Right, this will be a great video because I think it'll let people know I am, it is Eating the Reich over there, yeah. This is going to let people know kind of why I get so frustrated trying to prep 5e stuff. You see the, like, red that's in here? That means I think that this book would be better if that text wasn't in here, okay? Okay, so I posted something like this over on Twitter where someone was like, you've highlighted like most of the text. Your highlighting is just dumb. And I'm like, I'm highlighting the mechanical text that I think should probably stay in here. Whenever I'm doing an annotation like this, I'm basically doing an editing pass where I'm trying to see what do I think needs to stay in here. I leave notes about things if I'm like, why does this need to get removed, right? There's plenty of situations where I'm just like taking taste notes in here about like, do I think that they successfully executed this? Yeah, there's quite a few things about this book that people haven't really brought up in critique quite yet. My overall consensus right now is that this book is one of the best examples as to why 5e's writing hurts consumers. Honestly, I think it's actually damaging to consumers. This is a $50 book. And I essentially think that this thing is requiring more work of you than is reasonable to run it in a way that is fun. There is a cool idea in here. There is a very cool adventure to this. But 5e's formatting and the way that they lay out their text and the way that this book in particular is written is damaging itself and damaging your sanity as a dungeon master, okay? If you really like this one, I hope you found a guide that helped you to prep it. You love Curse of Strahd, though. A lot of people do. Like I said, I think that there is a good adventure in here. I think there is a great adventure that is in here that is shockingly held back. Okay, there's a great adventure in here that is shockingly poorly written. Wow, poorly written. But it is cool. I like a lot of what this is doing. But I think that Curse of Strahd all you really need is like half of this book. Honestly, I think that Curse of Strahd could have been maybe like a 50-page book. There are so many changes that they could be making to their formatting just about 5e. Requires good prep and a decent DM. What? Oh, Curse of Strahd? Wait. The prep has been nightmarish for some adventures. Yes! The adventure that made me finally stop wanting to prep anything for 5e, especially with official adventures, was Icewind Dale. Icewind Dale sucked to prep. They can't sell it for $50 then? No, they can't. They can't. This is the thing. Their adventures are not worth $50. Okay? Ooh, ouch. Ouch. Ooh. Ooh. Some people might take that personal. Alright. The direction and what they put into their books. Okay? For what all they put into their books, the formatting on them hurts the final product. It hurts it. The best thing that they could do in order to do one of these quote-unquote revamps... Oh, by the way, to the person who felt like the only thing that you needed to do was remove the Bastani stuff and then, like, this book was good to go or whatever... You haven't even really started here. You guys still didn't address the issues with Gertruda in the revamped. Curse of Strahd is one of the very few D&D books that I think actually needs a content warning. Actually needs a content warning. And yeah, if we're gonna say like horror, all this other stuff, no, this book needs a content warning. Me coming up on like being a 35-year-old man, the like number one, the bone grinder, you know, the amount of times that it talks about like there's a Vistani kid that nearly gets drowned by a psycho fisherman. There's several instances in this book that I'm like, there needed to be wait, what? Their adventures are not worth the same price as a fucking source book. Oh, well, here's the deal, okay? They wouldn't need to put as much work into it to where they would feel the need to charge $50 for it if they could just properly format their books. Properly format it. Poorly written from just a format standpoint? Actually, no. I actually think it's just poorly written. There's a couple different sections in here that it's just redundant text that they've written 3 times already. So, for those of you who don't know, which it's almost a bit of a joke now at this point. So, Strahd has a goal. He wants to turn Irina Koliana, the person that he believes is the sole, I guess, reincarnation of Tatiana, his major love in life, that used to be married to his brother, or was going to marry his brother, right? Is that a good list of the content warnings? Oh, no. Wait. Oh, Blight Druids. Human Pies, the Mongrel Folk, Frankenstein Angel, the Elven Women being extinct. Is that a good list of the content warnings? Oh, spoilers? Oh, you learned this, like, immediately. Oh, yeah, in the table of contents alone, by the way, there's several things in here that, like, I don't know why they put them in the table of contents. Like, they wasted space in the table of contents, guys. It's bad. I don't know why they don't have a Dramatis Persona in this book. Makes zero sense to me. It was written in 2016, I guess is what you would have to say, but, like, why was it not in the revamped? We need a central hub of, like, all the NPCs that are required for this book. Like, it's wild. We need to know where we can find these NPCs in here. And, like, by the way, I did this work myself here. Why are there no cross-references for all of this? There's no page numbers. It's a section in a chapter. Hang on. God, I'm still so stuffed up. Why? Like, why were there not page numbers for the Taroka deck mechanic? Like, I don't know why. Also, why is the Taroka deck mechanic in here? It's bad. It's not a cool gimmick. Maybe you might say that, like, ooh, well, it means a lot to, like, have that set up for my players and everything, and then we have the random effect that it has in the game, and yet it causes some shit to get missed. You know, it's like, just let the cool shit be there in the game. By the way, don't do this. You see this? Here's a Taroka deck. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I think. Yeah, they say you can stack the Taroka deck and it's bad. It's not even replayability. It's supposed to be a campaign. Are we like, oh yeah, we're gonna keep looping this? I like the idea that they wanted to loop, but like, fucking why? Like, that's nearly a signature in the book. That's just reprinting the art from the cards of the Taroka deck. Why? Why is that there? We're good. Like, if you look at this fucking book needs a dramatis persona so bad. The powder blue ones here. I marked down powder blue indicates NPC descriptions. Okay? So if there is an NPC that needs a wait. Okay, so if there was an NPC that has a major part in the story, I gave them a tab. Okay, so they have a blue tab. The problem is, as I was doing this, it started to lead to a red thread situation where I started to see a pattern emerge. And that pattern was that the NPCs are spread out all over this goddamn book. Everywhere. And not just minor NPCs. These are NPCs that have real weight in the story. It all has to do with how they sorted them. They don't have a dramatis persona. So what that means is there's no hub to tell me, number one, who they are, how to pronounce their name, what their intentions are, their goals, desires, all that stuff, and then where to find them in the book, right? Like, wait. Taron said Curse of Strahd hurt D&D players? Wait, that it hurt them? I think it's held people back. Yeah. Are the Belleviews who were named? All of them could have been a small section at the beginning because they are scattered throughout the Abbey section like flowers in a prairie. Hey! There you go. Right? This book really needs to have its NPCs organized into either an appendix or you know what you can do? Take out the Taroka deck mechanic. Take that out because honestly, all it was made there for was to sell the fucking deck. Okay? I know the old one had it, but like, just get rid of it. It's not a good gimmick. Okay? Be critical of this. Please be critical of it. This whole Taroka deck could absolutely get removed. I don't get why you reprinted it on here. 0 cents there. Oh my god. This has been exhausting on this. I'm still working on it, by the way, so it's not totally done. How do I put this? So what I marked down is the biggest content warning that like went completely missed, and I'm incredibly shocked that no one at Wizards of the Coast did this. Why is Strahd still a pedophile? Like, why is Strahd still allowing a teenage girl to stay in his bedroom in the nightgown, no slipper on? Like, Why that? Why have that in a TTRPG? Like, if this game is supposed to be for ages 12 and up, why have that? All you'd have to do is get rid of the word teenager in the description. Yeah, clock it. Yeah, all you'd have to do is just get rid of the term teenager. He is a pedophile. Yeah, but wait. Okay, you can do so many things to make someone a villain, other than calling them a pedophile. It's a game. It's a fucking TTRPG game. You know, it'll hurt the anime audience. Just what? Like, why is it that's like? I'm critical of it because I don't think it's necessary to make Strahd a villain. If Strahd's got the like motives and shit, then like yeah, vampires are often metaphors for pedos. But like, why? It's in D&D. It's just a fucking D&D thing. Why is it that we're like, yes, we need to explore the nuances of like, characters that may be pedophiles in a TTRPG? No, like it's a fucking game. Why is it here? Like, and if the idea is just like, well, it's because we want to make him a bad villain or whatever, that's just bad villain writing. It's shitty, lazy villain writing is what it is. You thought the fucked up incest lore of the mongrel folk is very bad. I treat them as magic lepers and leprosy. I think that there was like just way too much focus in the wrong area there, and way too many people. Wait. The main upside to the deck is that it creates a novelty and encourages people to talk about their game. I think it's cool. Then put the instructions in the deck of cards. Or make it available as a PDF. Don't waste space in the book. Here, we're gonna get a Taroka deck. Alright, cool. Well, here's a QR code. Cool, this tells you how to use it with Curse of Strahd right here. Don't waste time in your book. That's actually more expensive for you as a creator. It's like it's more expensive. I can't see why the Taroka deck is included in the book. Like whenever I was telling people like for real, I want to work on Curse of Strahd as my next review because like I did Call from the Deep, fantastic book. I want to do Curse of Strahd because like this is one that everybody keeps fucking talking up, and it is just rough. It is actually a rough book. There are worse adventures, by the way. There are plenty of adventures that are just not good adventures. At least Curse of Strahd has cool shit happening with it, and it is kind of getting excused like that, you know. But yeah, the book itself deserves a total ground up rework. How many pages have the Taroka deck / deck reading instructions part? I'm so glad you asked that, Nick. I calculated it. There are over 40 pages dedicated to the Taroka gimmick. 40 pages. Not just that have the content on there. I went through and measured the sections of the book that require the like treasures of or fortunes of Ravenloft, because there's like little sidebars that are like, you know, I don't know, 2 inches tall by 3.5 inches wide. I went through and measured it, counted all of those throughout the book. On average, if you put them in one after another consecutively, with all the artwork, with all the instructions, all that intro part right here, by the way. If you got rid of the Taroka deck, you get rid of all this right in here. So before adventure hooks, right over here, here. We don't have the need for all this shitty, bad, like cross-referencing. Here. But then let me get to a treasure. Okay, and then sidebars like this, Fortunes of Ravenloft right here. I went through the book to see how much space they were occupying. There are 40 pages of wasted goddamn space in this book for that one gimmick. That is too much. Too much. Yeah, 2/5 of the book is all about the cards. Yep. Yep. It is bad. Whenever I say that like that book could be probably around 60 to 100 pages, they waste space. And not only that, in a time where we're actually approaching a environmental crisis, it's irresponsible. Honestly, they make mass volumes of this. This is undoubtedly next to the player's handbook, maybe even next to like the monster manual. This is their most popular book. This is the biggest book that they make, and they waste paper on it like fucking crazy. Like, and I don't know that I would go into that with like the video and everything, but just to illustrate how bad of a point this is wasteful content creation. They could put this to so much better use. You could be getting so much more out of this book. You could be getting a full 20th level adventure with it. You could be getting part of Van Richten's guide here inside Ravenloft. Oh, imagine like a Bagman section of this. Oh, that'd be fucking sick, right? Yeah, they waste space with it. They waste your money. They waste everyone in the world's time, resources, right? Fucking, it's crazy, dude. What was what? Oh, you never bothered thinking about it because I legit ignore the cards half the time. I have asked several people who have told me that they've run Ravenloft before. I've been like, hey, can you tell me in Curse of Strahd, there's a couple different points I'm interested in hearing a bit more of your take on if you've run it. Gertruda, most people told me they ignore it entirely. They're like, we're not dealing with a minor character. That is potentially, no, we're not doing that. Whenever I've asked about the Taroka deck, most people have been like, I would do the cross thing, and then I didn't really like the path that it presented, or like the NPC or whatever, and I was just like, screw it, we're just gonna go with like Esmeralda, and then get the stuff to them whenever it seems right. Yeah, the Taroka deck is poorly implemented. Maybe you could say that the Taroka deck would be good as like a quick random encounter thing, and that's where it would have actually like a more active effect. You know, like reaction rolls, encounter deck. Yeah, cool. Then we actually have the Taroka deck that's saying, oh, we have a, nine of diamonds. What do we roll? Okay, sweet. We'll see that, right? Yeah. Also, the Taroka deck, I bought one like 2 years ago, and it was printed on the shittiest playing card stock I've ever had. Because I'm one of these dudes, right? I'm like I'm like a cardistry guy, right? Yeah. So like whenever I was filling out the card stock, well, I do that and then I fuck it up. Okay, so whenever I was filling up the card stock, you have the old one, it's better. The old deck is better. Because, like, they made... The new ones are bigger and so slippy. Like, do they not have air cushioning? Were they not, like, linen pressed? I know, sorry. Because, like, okay, so if you've ever held playing cards in your hand, right? Ooh. So you see how there's that gloss? What we're looking for is... Okay, these... Can I make that shine somehow? Can I... Okay. So you see how there's a texture on there? That playing card texture, right? So we call that air cushioning. There is a very, very light wax coat very light, right? The Curse of Strahd ones feel like they were pressed in plastic. The Taroka deck ones feel so thick. I was curious about if the new ones actually felt better. D&D Beyond narrates... No, actually, the part that's gonna shock you is... It's not in her description there. It's in her description in Barovia. Look at E3. Page 44, Mad Mary, to 1. Second paragraph. Second paragraph. Not only that, they get really oddly specific about not only is she a teenager, it's that she is now a teenager. Like, she just turned 13. You thought the deck of mini cards are meant to not be shuffled like that? The deck of mini cards? Well, you don't shuffle them like... I mean, you don't shuffle them like that, no. Usually they're separated, and then you have a specific way in which you're handling them. Whoa! It is a red flag phrasing. It's very bad. Can we ban fictional children from TTRPGs? Whenever this is a character that is romanticized like this, it's gross. It's just... Don't do this. Yeah, like... If the idea is that we're supposed to make this like, oh yeah, it's a young girl that's a victim and all this, and yet the implications of her being a prisoner in his bedroom and being kept with like a nice nightgown and like her shoes or she's got one of her shoes missing, and it's like, can we not, you know? Yeah, like just don't. Like, just get rid of it, man. It's not enhancing anything. There are so many other cool plot lines you could be going down with, like, vampire D&D horror. Oh, yeah. So cool. Whoever wrote that straight to jail, that might be Hickman and Weiss. It might be. What'd you walk in on? You hear, you see a card trick and then banning fictional children. So, here's my deal. When it's in a TTRPG, right? When it's in a TTRPG and you present a situation like that, look, some of y'all might be like, oh, I could handle that. Oh, I can handle that. 99.9% of people who think that they can handle that in a situation that calls for improv like that, you're not the person that should be handling that. It just needs to be taken out. It needs to be taken out. I'm still going through. I mean, I've got, I've been skipping around. I already got to the old Bone Grinder. I did Death House, and I'm about halfway through Castle Ravenloft. Pretty much as soon as I get done with, is it Vallaki? Yeah, Vallaki. As soon as I get done with Vallaki, I'm going to start the script on it. And hopefully I'll have that one out by August at the latest. Regret it. Read out Light Saga Geese Strahd 2. Well, dude, it's an unfortunately rough handling of that. Yeah, instead the horror that they put in there is just gross. There's so many things in there that are cool for horror. I love the doofy ass like Strahd fake out where like he sends a marionette of like a Strahd doll that's like and then they tell you to run it as a combat, and then the characters are like encouraged to like beat the fuck out of this straw marionette. I'm like, okay, that's so dumb. I love it, you know? There are many moments in the book that I'm like, yes, that is that fucking vibe. That, they got it. There's so many great spots in there. But holy fucking shit, the ones where they flub it, they super fucking flub it. I just don't think that we need to be treating TTRPG, like, adventures and shit, as if, like, they can't be critiqued in the same way, or, what is it? I don't think we necessarily have to give TTRPGs the same amount of leeway on the content that they put in them as we do on authors for the content that they put into their books, right? Like, there's books that I read, by the way, that have all kinds of content that I would never include in a TTRPG table. We have to be able to say that we can discern there's some shit that is, like, good, like, fine for us to enjoy on our own, and then, like, we don't use it at a table, you know? One of the things that, like, okay, one of the things about, like, Elden Ring that I think is, like, really crazy and kind of screwed up and interesting about this world is, you know, the whole pantheon of the gods. And what that involves is a lot of not just, like, incest, but also self-cest. Where, like, it's like, oh, some gods can just, like, do that with themselves and make what are the ramifications of that? And that actually has its own, like, world. Okay, that is, like, crazy what that means to the world and how it's built into Elden Ring, right? My favorite French literature is Lolita. Jesus fucking Christ. So, like, over in like Elden Ring, that actually has implications for the world, right? Because they're gods that are partaking in that. So as a result of that, like, some of the gods are born with, like, not just, like, bad mutations or some shit. Like, yeah, Moog beat the allegations, yes. Oh, have you seen that video, by the way? Moog beat the allegations. Yes. Okay, to some people, if you, there are some slight spoilers in this. I'm gonna assume that, yeah. Okay, very slight, allegations. Very slight, spoilers in here. Well, holy fuck, this is so good.
It's been a long while, Morgoth. You were at the store for almost an hour. Was there a long line? Did you get the burgers? Apologies, Father.
Oh,
they're kind.
Hang on. Oh, wait. Oh my god, this video is so good.
They're all of a piece, grilled by the flame of propane. Let it be writ upon their meager grill that only by the power of charcoal shall any inherit the title of Elden Lord. Wise words. What say you, Godwin? Oh, what a joker.
Hey guys, how about we fire up some blood sausage?
No, you get the f*** out of here! I put a golden restraining order on you, you sick fuck!
Guys, this isn't a prank. I think my soul is dying. Call an ambulance. Wait! Brother, father, didn't you hear? I beat the allegation. It wasn't Moog Lester. I was McElastic. Crazy twink frickin' brainwashed me or something.
Oh, thank God. So you weren't an incestuous homosexual pedophile.
No!
And you didn't start a weird satanic blood cult filled with creepy guys in masks going around killing people.
Well, I
And you didn't enter into a pact with an interdimensional blood ocean to give you fucked up magic devil powers. Yeah, sure, whatever. Let's go with that. It was all Mikola, or Tricky Mick, as I like to call him. It gladdens my heart to hear it. I always told my bitch ex-wife that Radagon was the one with the defective mutant genes. I'm never paying child support again. Seriously, I think I'm mutating into a rotten fish man. Please help. Looks like someone could use an urgent heal. No.
This whole shit was so fucking funny. I love the about face that, like, the Elden Ring community turned whenever, like, all the shit started coming out about the lore, and it was just like, oh, fuck. Oh, it was so good. Oh, okay. Now with that, wait, which video? Mr. Rex has a video on it. On what?
There is no...
Hello, Rex. Doppelgangers. It was Mr. Rex. Oh, wait, what the fuck was that? Yes, yeah, so there is a brilliant, Elden Ring did one of the only things that I think I've ever seen. Like, I don't think I've ever seen another piece of media actually do this, where they tell a complete story, and, like, it was totally satisfying, everything hit, everything was awesome with it, right? Elden Ring told a complete base story in the game. Fantastic story. Had people questioning about bits of the lore and everything for, I guess, 2 years now, right? And everyone felt like we had a pretty good idea as to what everything meant. And then, whenever they did this DLC, everything not only flipped on its head, they escalated the power to where it was like, yep, that makes perfect sense for, like, how this would be the continuation from that over there. And it didn't interrupt the story that was told over there. And no, I think they accomplished this better than Star Wars. The twist that happens in Elden Ring is, in the DLC, is so fucking sinister. And it, man, with Star Wars, it's just like, oh wow, that character wasn't what I thought they were. Gasp. Okay, in Elden Ring, it's like, oh, wait, the laws of reality are, oh fuck, wait, we played into that. Wait, what the fuck were we doing the whole entire time that we were doing? Wait, what? You missed 30% of the lore you were going to get from the NPC dialogue. Once I found out that, like, I had missed a bit of it, I started really digging into it. Yeah. I actually started digging into the lore to, like, get myself refreshed, because I didn't know how much of it I was absolutely going to miss, and there was no way in the world I was going to be able to go back through and play through the entire DLC anytime soon. Yeah. Berserk Golden Age. Man, I don't know how to put it. I think it's the best twist ever pulled off in a video game, and one of the best twists ever pulled off in any piece of media whatsoever. Because it's not just like a, oh, gasp, oh wait, this is not the thing that I thought. No, it's the entire plot line is built around something that unravels into a twist, and once you feel that twist, it connects everything. If you want mind break implications, you recommend the Berserk manga. I have it right. Oh shit. Just gonna. I have it right. Oh, here. See this? That book right there? I have it earmarked. Oh shit. Oh fuck. see they get brought up in the Soulsborne community. What, Berserk? Where in the story am I? Oh, in Berserk? Oh, I haven't started in on it. I've got a million other things I'm trying to read before I get to that. Whenever you're this busy. Yeah. Actually, this is what I'm reading next. This is How You Lose the Time War. I think I could actually get this one done in... Oh, I could do that one in a day. I just need to have a day to actually sit down and do it, you know. We should watch all the Elden Ring videos. That's what the stream is now. We're just reacting to Elden Ring stuff. Parent busy, that never happens. You back the Daleks. Oh yeah, there were a couple things. Okay. So if what time is it? 1:51. What is tomorrow? Sunday? We have both sessions that got canceled too. Okay. It would take you something like 3 to 4 days to read a book like that. I feel like whenever I actually start reading something that I get that into, it just sort of like becomes a flow state, and I'm not even like, the time just goes by. I read Pure Nessie in a night, actually. If something is entertaining enough and like I'm actually that into it, yeah, it's just a. Oh. How do I deal with schedule conflicts? Like, what do you mean? Schedule conflicts like TTRPG stuff? For running games? If somebody can make it, they can make it. If they can't, they can't, you know? I don't pressure myself to force myself to run something all the time, and I keep it at the very forefront of my mind that, like, hey, this is not the most important thing going on in the world right now. So, like, I don't stress it. Yeah. That's, like, the most important thing I think I can say to anybody that's like, ugh, I just feel like we never really get D&D going anymore, guys. It's like, okay, that's fine. Like, it's all good. Let it be. If you want to have it more often, maybe try and find a group that wants to actually commit to do it. For me, I don't mind it canceling, because if it cancels, I can get ready for other shit as well. I also don't put any pressure to keep it continuing. If it feels like things just aren't really working out, that's okay. There will always be other games. Always, always, always. There will always be other games. I think I used Arno a while back. Oh, yeah, that's because it has a huge tile set. Arno. Can we do regular? It has a very, very big style set. Yeah, so I try to keep it chill, where if someone says, hey, I can't make it, I'm just like, okay, cool, well, we're going to cancel. It's not a big deal. And I would rather cancel if, like, multiple people... okay, if one person can't make it, I cancel. I don't try to stress everybody else about making it. We cancel. It's fine. Other people that might want to play and everything, it's like, unless we're running a West Marches thing, I would so much rather just cancel and like, oh, later, Krieg. Yeah, I would so much rather just cancel and like just say like, okay, we're going to figure out when we can meet up sometime in the future. But if this is going to keep being a problem, then like we can just call it and it's fine. how do we have style set here? I think I like this one. Let's see that. Okay. The headers. There was one I recently installed that I think would look really good here. Rod fat. I was molested. God, I fucking love that video. This just makes it crack up. Alright. We're gonna need a reference style here. There we go. Hope you not feel guilty when one of your players can't, one of your players is missing. Oh, no, like, I tell people all the time, like, hey, real life happens. Like, everybody. D&D. TTRPGs. These are games. And, I have seen way too many real life things that get in the way of doing games, and it's fine. Like it's all good. You just gotta communicate. Okay, so there are no lowercase letters in this. We just bought this one, and this looks quite good for headers. I like that for the part header a lot. America has had every allegation against her proven, and not only new ones came to light. Yeah, actually, I'm genuinely concerned about. Boy, looks like Star Wars lettering. This? Wait, really? I'm not seeing it. Yeah, the one that I'm actually like, whoa, kind of creeped out by is all the shit happening with Melania and Mikola. Jesus Christ. God, I don't know. I don't want to get too into all that because I don't want to spoil anything for people that are still trying to do all that. Oop. When it was zoomed out, it did. This probably is just you. Okay. So we need to take this up here. Okay. So we're gonna bring this up to about 36. How does that look on the page? Yeah, for a part header, that's pretty damn cool. One of the other rules is no hyphenation on these. Header chapter. Let's go down in rank. Yep, yeah, that looks good. Yeah, it's her we apparently marry at the end of the game most of the time. Yeah. What am I doing right now? I am developing a trade dress that looks similar to the 5e formatting. but isn't the 5e formatting, and it's one that I would like to go with for my future work. That's... Oh. I'm kind of getting ready to update a lot of my older stuff. See, like, that looks pretty damn good. I really do like this header. Yeah, so long story short, I can't really do stuff for D&D 2023 until like sometime in September. And whenever that happens, I want it to drop and drop hard. Because your boy gotta raise money. What's my favorite TTRPG experience? Yeah, that's a good question. I feel like it's changed over time. This needs to be right, and then two. Yeah, I feel like it's changed over time. My personal favorite as of late was honestly playing Vagabond and realizing like, oh shit, a lot of the things I've been trying to do with this are actually working, and like it's, oh my god, it's compatible with all this old stuff, and like things just clicking one after the other. And seeing other people that kind of got it, and it was like, oh wait, I do like these aspects of play better. And yeah, especially seeing friends of mine who like really weren't major TTRPG heads that got into it, that meant a lot. It really did. This should be sans serif. Okay. We're actually going to do this table title. What about black? Heavy? Sure. Shading. Well. There we go. What am I making? I am making a sort of style sheet for a potential 5e, I say 5e, D&D 2024 sort of look. I haven't really set in stone what I was going to do with it. I found a header font that I like, and I'm kind of getting a style sheet ready to see if maybe I can build out a look for it that I really dig. Right, and this needs to have... How about body after that? Oh yeah, wait, we don't have a... Body core. Indents and spacing, or wait, tabs. Nope. You need to go boom, boom. Here we go. Was I running White Plume Mountain or what old adventure? What was I running? Oh, I think it was a skull fungus thing. Yeah, what was it? That Rat King adventure. I was running that for some friends, and then suddenly it was like, oh shit, it clicked. There we go. Boom. Here we go. Oh, later, Phoenix. Rat King adventure, yeah. You thought I was switching to Affinity Publisher. I should. I can't because the Vagabond PDF is, or the Vagabond InDesign file is in there. And I'm just kind of toying with this right now. I should. I definitely should be making my plans to move over there. Nah. Span. Don't span. Okay, so some of the things I noticed about what they were doing with these is like level 3. They were doing like this. Right, and then they would have the class. And then this is like, right? So we do that. We say like, whatever. This does have a very showy kind of, I don't know what the right word for this is. Kind of classic vibe to it. What's so good about Affinity Publisher? It's not Adobe. Adobe was completely out of line with the with what they were proposing about the AI changes. Essentially forcing everybody to forego their basic right to privacy and claiming ownership over everybody's work if you had made it in one of their softwares. I genuinely think that had Adobe pursued that any further, they very likely could wind up getting, well, they already did get the FCC to step in. So the FCC stepped in because of their subscription prices and stuff. And the fact that you can't cancel a Adobe subscription easy enough. They make it incredibly difficult for you to get out of that. And that was enough for the FCC to be like, all right, cool. Or sorry, the FTC, not the FCC. Federal Trade Commission, not the Federal Censorship Committee, maybe? Can't remember what that's called. So the Federal Trade Commission actually stepped in and sued Adobe. And we're still waiting to hear the results of all that. But yeah, it's pretty serious. But the perk to switching away from Adobe right now is I've already paid for Affinity. No more recurring fees would be fantastic. Yeah, I would love to. Not gonna lie, would be fantastic. I just have not made the switch yet. You know, that's kind of where I'm at. What would be another really good one? I like to change whenever I had that. Macenas? Masonas. Night Onyx. Rikito's not bad. Ugh, yeah. I really need to get the fonts that they're going to be using. I like to change. It's nice. It's just not really what we're looking for. Okay. Give me a serif. Regular weight. Sure. Lining figures. Let me see. Actua is a font I would love to actually make work. Agmena does look good. Oh yeah, Jennifer's is the font that they're going with for the core rulebooks. And then oh, because these were on the trial ones we were trying to figure out. Yeah. Okay, so that's not the full. Minion doesn't look bad. You like it when Did tried to say they could use anything on DM's Guild without asking? Oh, you're talking about Wizards of the Coast? So, I have not seen them actually act on that. I know that they do, or they did have that clause. And it was always kind of like just having a loaded gun pointed in your face, where it was like, look, they're not going to shoot it, but they're going to tell you they could. And they just really want to keep it there just in case. And it's like, what, just in case for what? Are you saying that you would take the thing I wrote and put it in a book and not credit me? Or like, what? Why would you do this? And essentially what we heard back was that they wanted to keep themselves safe in case of parallel design happening. I was like, so you guys write a thing and are hopeful that we don't write something similar? And if it's on the DM's Guild, wait, if there's parallel design going on, it doesn't matter whether or not it's on the DM's Guild. Like, there's so many things. You would really hope that if you wrote something that was good enough that they would reach out to try and work with you. So far, I've only heard of them doing that in one case. Oh, and it was Benjamin Huffman. Metadata. We're gonna see how this looks. Old. Go. We do this inline subheader. We're gonna do a go nested style. Hold through 1 period. Boom. Actually, bold italic. I like that Y. There we go. Oh, okay. I think with that, I just realized how fucking exhausted I was. We're gonna split. And what I think of making a Divine Beast Warrior for Vagabond based off of Elden Ring's Horned Warriors, Divine Lion Dancer, and the Divine Beast Warriors. I feel like I've got a lot on my plate, and that would be adding more to it that I'm probably not trying to do right now. But I do have an idea for a primal, like, pugilist, based off of, like, the bear and everything from Elden Ring that I thought could be really fun. But yeah, I am gonna pass out. Whoop. I hope you all have a good night. I am outie. Have a good one, peeps. Sleep well. Sleep well.